Hey fellow classmates, let's just go back to the classroom. I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer. This is my YouTube channel, Coded Design, where I teach coding and user interface design. What a killer intro, isn't it? I just decided to come up with something that will give you an idea of who I am and where I come from. Obviously, this might be a different school in a different place, like in Kenya and I'm in South Africa, but I relate to this environment. This is who I am, and this is where I come from. Okay, now let's jump to software development, coding, and programming. In this series of videos, I'm hoping to give you confidence, and I'm hoping to give you some sort of the courage to continue and learn from YouTube and Google things and Stack Overflow, because I'm going to show you a system that I'm busy with. This one, I'm going to show you also the behind the scenes, like in a server, live, the back end of the server. I'm going to show you everything here, including the database, so that you can have a 360 degrees of how do you take a code from your own local machine. As you can see, this is Visual Studio Code, and this code is running locally. My apologies for my slow computer. As you can see, this is a code that is locally. Now I want you to take you to that journey. How do you start from like locally coding, and then from then you take your code to the server, and also in the server, how do you set up the database and the connection, and all those things, all the things that many coding channels obviously don't show, because when I got into coding, I always wanted to see a video that will give me like everything. How does this get into the internet? How are the password verified? In this video, I'm going to show that. So without further ado, let's just demonstrate what this thing does, and then we'll talk about the video series later. So this is Secular. Secular is just a file sharing app, but obviously it changes as time goes by. Today I wake up feeling like, let me make it Instagram. Tomorrow I will think like, let me make it Dropbox. So whatever it might be, I don't have a clear definition for it at the moment, but it has got this login session. The username is SMS, and the password it's 1234, and then let's log in and see what will happen. So this is running live at my domain, Coded Design. Please be advised that tomorrow or 5 days from now, this application might not be in this domain, because in this domain I'm supposed to design my own website. It's going to have free HTML template, free source code, free PDF about certain chapters. I'm going to write some notes on what I've learned and whatever, and then maybe I will publish that as a PDF. So please be advised that you might not see this URL when you visit it again later. Okay, so this is the welcoming screen. As you can see, this is a picture of my friend K Godi. He's a hip-hop artist in South Africa, and this is me working at a printing company. As you know, that I've got a lot of experience in creative side of things, graphic design, brand strategist, anything web development and front end. So I've been doing those things, not necessarily back end. Okay, so this is me. And then this website, what I'm going to do, I'm just gonna give it some time to load here, to fully or finish loading here. There will be a pop-up that I have to just click on something there, and then it will be ready to go. I am not sure why it's doing this. Maybe it's my slow internet, maybe my pictures, it's high quality, the resolution is too high, so it takes time to load. There are many factors. At the moment, if I can be honest with you, I really don't know why it does that. But this is not the series for uh, discussing about that. So I will tell you a lot of things around what I have done, so I don't mind. I will wait for it. So this is it. This is secular. So basically what can happen here, this can be an app where people can come. Obviously I've deactivated this function at the moment. This is where people can log in and register and then upload their images just for keeping them. I just realized that to some other people, images means a lot. It means something. For instance, every time when I hear someone talking about being locked out maybe of a Facebook account or Instagram account, they always like cry for those pictures, more especially ladies, like, where am I going to get all those pictures? So this app can be that app where you just log in and then you upload your pictures, you save them, and then maybe when you need them you can download them. It's more like a picture backup app. So this is the logo for it, and this is where you will click to upload, and this is where you will log out. So in this series of videos I'm going to show you the design, how I started the design on Figma. As you can see, this is the design. Obviously in the design the concept was different from this one. In the design I had an idea of some sort of a watered down version of Dropbox, where these will be files, and then obviously this will mean this file is an image and this will mean this file is an mp3. Yeah, but as I was continuing with the coding, I was like, let me just put some images there and start with images for now, and then I will see where it goes. Okay, this is this thing. I don't know what this means. Let's just close. So that means this website is ready. Okay, what you can do here, you can some sort of sort your images. As you can see, I like to feel important. I like to feel important, so I'm going to put all my pictures there on top, and then my friends pictures will come at the bottom. Okay, so meaning that you can sort your pictures. I'm going to show you the code behind sorting these pictures, how I did it, and what I've used, JavaScript and jQuery. Okay, and then the other thing you can do here, you can download the pictures. For instance, I can download this picture. Okay, let me just wait for it. As you can see, I'm downloading that picture, and I can also download this one. Okay, so ideally what you can also do, but at the moment that's not functional, you can also get a link just like in YouTube, where on your video you can just click there to share and then get that link. So you can also get that link, and then from then you can share it with friends or something. But basically that's the app. I really don't know what is it going to be. I'm just doing it to test my framework that I'm doing behind the scene. I will show you. I'm busy with the framework that I call Philantro, so I'm testing it. So it's my first time to have Philantro running live on a server to look like this. I've been testing it, but now this is some sort of at least a stable version of it. As you can see, these pictures are responsive, but not this part. Now the pictures are responsive. Let me just say, as you can see now, it's a row. Okay, the pictures are responsive, as you can see. Okay, remove this. Okay, so that's it for this app. Nothing fancy. This maybe will be how many times your pictures have been downloaded, in case you are sharing your pictures. If it's going to be some sort of files like this will tell you how many times this file has been downloaded. As you can see here, I've got also some sort of a link to this file. Maybe you can, so that you can know that this is a link to this file. So when you copy, click this copy, then you will be copying this link. But this is just an image, obviously. As you can see, this is not a fully functional HTML, and that's it. And then here you can log out. As you can see, it will log you out. What else? There's nothing much going on here, but what is interesting here, I want us to talk more about the behind the scene. I'm going to show you my framework, how I started it, how it works, PHP security, and why I have made some certain changes, and also things like, let me show you here, how do you make sure, if even if somebody has just typed the wrong thing, your app will always show a certain screen. For instance, in my case, it will show a login screen even if there is some sort of incorrect information here. Okay. And also I will show you Philantro UI, which is part of Philantro. For instance, Philantro UI helps me with validating these inputs. You see what's going to happen now. It's being managed by Philantro UI. Let me see. Suppose, oh, okay, let me just test it here. Let's ignore that one. Let me test it here. Look at what will happen. Input required by red highlighted field. As you can see, it highlights your field in red. So there is a jQuery file that is responsible for this, that you can just take and plug and play and use it somewhere else. So guys, this system, if maybe you might be interested on like the real beginning and the behind the scene of the system, it's not a new thing in my channel. I have started it, I think, some time ago. I love this thing. The first thing that I want to teach you, or I want to show you, is the back end. This part, it's one of those things or lessons that are very rare in YouTube channel. It's very rare that somebody can show you the back end of an app and how it works, and also the database part in coding channel. It's something that we don't really teach, I believe. We don't really, I haven't seen a YouTube channel that shows you the database, how to create it, and also link that to an app and the relationship and everything. So this is basically the app. So now let's go to the back end. Okay, as I always like to mention that 2 days from now you are not going to be able to see or view this domain, so don't expect it to be there. It's just for teaching, and that is it. Maybe I will shift it to a subdomain, maybe secular .coded design. I will see. Okay, without wasting time, guys, this is the back end. Obviously, when you are coding in your computer locally, you used a piece of software called XAMPP. Let me just click it here so that you can see it. So when you code on your computer, you use XAMPP. XAMPP, it's a piece of software that enables you, here is it, that enables you, let me just run it. It enables you to run PHP locally. It acts like a server, more like, let's say, a virtual server. So it runs PHP. It has got Apache. So it simulates the server, the online server. And this one, it's an online server. So in this how do you get an online server, let's say, or a domain? So there are companies, maybe, I'm not sure in your own area, maybe you're in China, Nigeria, or India. You just go to Google and search for domain hosting around your area. Obviously a lot of companies will pop up, and then you choose the one that you want to use, maybe the cheaper one, and then you will buy a domain. And what they will do, they will give you your login details to this part of the website. So a website has got two parts or two sections. It has got a front end, this one, the one that is viewed by the public, and also it has got back end. The back end, that's where you upload your own web pages and customize the whole entire domain setup. You set up your emails there and everything. So guys, this is the back end. This is how it looks like. And then in terms of the back end, There are many, let's say, service providers, I can say, like this one is direct admin. There is also cPanel for control panel. So these platform or these service providers, they help you on taking the admin role of the back end of your website. So this one that I'm using now is direct admin, and also I think it's my first time to use it, but when I'm looking at it, it's the same as cPanel. I'm used to cPanel, but if maybe you are familiar with cPanel, you will see that there is nothing different. Even me, I thought when when a friend of mine blessed me with helping me with this domain, his name is Mike, obviously here from South Africa. So I was new to direct admin, but when I'm looking at it, it's nothing to write a story about. It's just like cPanel. Okay, so now let's jump straight to it. Okay, this is direct admin. This is the name of your domain, and mine is codedesign.co.za. This is where you can some sort of log out. Then on your right here, you've got the details about the domain. The space of this domain is 500 megabyte. I have already used like 123.5 megabyte. This is the bandwidth, and these are the emails. At the moment, I haven't configured any emails. If in case you want to know what are emails, emails are those professional emails, like let's say I can say developer at codeddesign.co.za. So maybe when you are interested on, I'm not sure, let's say Coded Design now, it's a big company, and you want our API or piece of a technology that we have come up with, then you can just send an email to developer at Coded Design, and then maybe we will do whatever. So basically when we talk of emails, we are talking of these emails. Okay, and what else? And also the databases. As you can see, I've got 5 databases here, but I've already used one. In these videos I'm going to show you also that database and how I've created it. So that is it. So basically when you've got a domain, it's like you've got a computer but it's online. So this is some sort of, let's say, the name of that computer. We call the name of that computer a domain. So when somebody wants to see what's in your computer and the public part of it, the public side of it, then they must use this domain. Okay, and what else? Okay, you've got also a space, and then those guys that are helping you with the domain, it's like you are renting that computer to them. So they are selling everything. They are selling the space. You can ask for more space, you can ask for more email, you can ask for more databases. So basically that's it. Okay, just like any application, desktop application, whether it's Windows or Mac, you have some sort of a dashboard where you set up your own PC, and also you've got what can I say, a place where you install some applications, just like these ones. These are the applications that you can install, acting like as plug-in to enhance the functionality of your computer, but in this case of your server. For instance, you can go to Softaculous. Softaculous is like, on an Android phone, it's like an app store. I never used an iPhone, but I would like to believe it's an iStore. I'm not sure if it's an iStore on iPhone or whatever they call it, but Softaculous is like an app store. When you click here, let me just click. When you click here, this is where you can install your WordPress and also other applications that will enhance your server or your own, what can I say, your online computer, meaning that your server. As you can see here, these are some sort of piece of technologies or software or applications that you can use. So basically with a domain or a server that you have, when you have a domain or server, You can register it and have it and pay for it, and you can use some sort of free applications like WordPress to quickly do things. For instance, if you want to quickly develop a website, you can install WordPress and use your themes, Elementor theme builder and everything that can quickly help you to build website. If you are interested on getting into web design business, you can shoot an email and ask whatever that you want to ask with regards to the business of WordPress. I can even tell you how to get client, how to get started, how do you make money, how much must you charge, and how do you get customers, and also how can you make your own website and profile. I've been in this freelance business for some time, but I'm not doing it now. I'm just concentrating on coding. So basically that's it. So these are the things that makes your life easier. Look professional on a client. They think you are coding everything, whereas you are just installing these things. Okay, let's just go back. Okay, and then let me scroll up. Okay, let me scroll up. This is the domain setup. In this tab you've got information more like about your domain. When I was clicking here, I saw also an option to rename your domain. I'm not sure how possible is that, or after you have renamed it, how quick is that? I've never used that part. And then here we've got a subdomain. What is a subdomain? A subdomain is some sort of um, it's some sort of a room in your own house. It's like a certain portion in your own house. So if we're talking about a computer, a desktop computer, we can say it's a partition. Let me just quickly see if I can show you that. As you can see, I've got two drives here. Two drives. This is C and this is D. But inside the computer, I've got only one disk drive, which is the physical one, but I've partitioned it into two drives. The reason is this one, it sometimes crashes because it's busy with Windows. So if this one crashes, at least this part might be safe. I can be able to recover this information, the information that I have here. Sometimes also with this part, since it's dealing with Windows, you might need to format it. Let's say your Windows have crashed for some reason, you might need to format it. So after formatting it, you can format this one but then still have this one remaining. So in terms of subdomain, I think the same thing is more like the same thing, or it's something like that. So meaning that when I want, for instance, going forward, I will take this application to a subdomain, meaning that I'm going to create a subdomain for it, and that subdomain is going to be let's say secular or secular. So it's going to be secular.codedesign.co.za. Okay, I'm not going to create that now. Maybe on the next video I can show you how to create a domain, and that's it. And then this one, it's all about SSL certificate. SSL certificate, if you see this lock icon here, this is the one that tells you if a domain is secure or not secure. So mine, I don't think it has got an SSL certificate. If it has, I am not aware of that. As you might know, that I'm not a hosting company. Like, I'm not a specialist. Like, I don't know that deep about hosting, but I know a thing or two just to make business. Okay, what I wanted to show you, oh, now it's closed. Okay, I've closed by mistake, but I wanted to show you that lock there that shows you that maybe is it does it have an SSL certificate or it doesn't have. I also don't know much about it, but it's more like, I'm not sure, it's securing your data around the internet, maybe from hackers or whatever. And also when you've got an SSL certificate, I think you are trusted by Gmail. I think, obviously, I stand to be corrected, but I think so. Gmail trust your domain. For instance, when you are sending an email from your website, let's say this is a form, somebody is maybe now I'm a big company, I'm hiring developer, and you guys are coming to me looking for work, and you'll fill in on a form, and then from then you will click send whatever. Then obviously that form will send a copy of everything that you have filled in this form. It will send it to your own Gmail as a copy, so that maybe when you want to say to me, I once applied in your company as a front-end developer like 3 years ago, and you guys never came back to me. Let's say I'm a crook, I'm those guys who lie for no reason, and I said, no, 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 we didn't receive it. And then that system, you can be able to go to your own email and say that this was the email that I received from your online form. So usually online forms, they do that. If an online form, when you've signed something, it doesn't send you a copy, I think that's a sign of I'm not sure, a bad design or poor user experience, or what can I say, you can't keep track of reality as what can I say, as the customer or the user, because now they are the only one who has received the information, and you don't have a proof. So they can say you didn't. Imagine, let's say we are talking about serious thing, we are talking about claiming money. Let's say you are using a bank or an insurance application, and you are claiming maybe whatever the amount of money that you're claiming, and then you send everything to them, and then they say they didn't receive it. So if the form doesn't do that, there's something wrong with it. Okay. What I was talking about, I'm sorry guys, I'm lost in my own thinking, but however, I hope you are learning. Okay, I hope you are getting something. Okay, we were done with the SSL certificate, FTP management. This one, before I use FileZilla, FileZilla, this is FileZilla. FileZilla makes it easier for you to upload files to your server. Before I use FileZilla, I used to, okay, I will talk about it when I'm here. Where is File Manager? Okay, let me just go to it, and then when I'm here, I'm going to skip this part. So before I use FileZilla, I used to always open this tab, and then I will take whatever information, whatever files, website files that I have, I will put it in a zip file like this one, and then I will upload the files using File Manager. So when you're uploading the files using File Manager, you don't take, like, what can I say, loose folders and files, like folder like this one with multiple files in it. What you must do, you must zip that file so that you can upload it on the internet, and then when it's in your server, and then you can extract it, and then from then it can work. So before I use FileZilla, I think FileZilla, I've started using it yesterday when I was busy with this. The reason is I was moving up and down, like I just got tired of coming here. As you can see now, this is taking long, and then I have to drop a zip file, and after that, dropping a zip file, I have to extract it, and then it was just too much for me. And then I was like, hey, I heard my friend talking about FileZilla, let me try it, and then I've tried it. So in FileZilla, this is my computer, and this is my server. As you can see, this is the public folder on my server, and then I can drag and drop something from here to here, and that's it. At least it's quicker. And then I can come here and double click to see if the changes are there. As you can see, to see the changes are there. So where was I? Okay, I was here. So this is the other way of uploading your files. So what you will do in your server, you always look for this public file, which is this one, and then in cpanel, this is direct panel. This is direct admin. In cpanel, I think this folder is www.folder. like the name here, it's 3Ws, www. It's not public. Sorry, where is public? Not public FTP. Public underscore HTML. Let's look for that, because that's where your files are sitting. This one. So on cPanel, it's not public file, it's just www, and then that's it. So that's where you put your files. So before this FileZilla, I was using this. So you just come here and yeah, upload, and then you will drag and drop a file from your computer and put it here. Then when it's done uploading, you will see it here. Where is that zip? You will see it here as a zip file, and then you will then have to extract it. I hope it's not extracting. I was hoping it's going to ask me, do you want to extract it, and then I'll say no. So let's just quickly refresh here. I'm hoping I will be disturbing the whole process. So back to where we were. So the FTP tab, this one, file transfer protocol, it's all about that. It's like let me close this. I don't want that to continue. Okay, so it's like the FTP, file transfer protocol. It's like facilitating the sharing of information between the server and your computer. Okay, so this is my SQL. This is where I created a database for this system. So when I'm logging in, there is a database that I created with my SQL. So this front end, or the PHP part of this system, communicates with a database that is sitting here, checking all, what can I say, the username and passwords and other things. Site redirection, I haven't used it, but I'm just assuming. I might be wrong, I might be right, but I'm assuming site redirection, it's when, let's say you've got an old website that you've been using and your customers are used to that website, and then for some reason maybe the space was small and there are some complications, and then you will just go to here to set the redirection, so that when somebody visits your site, this site, it can automatically redirect them to your new current site without them noticing it. Like without them noticing, it's not gonna maybe say redirecting and load, it's just gonna do it seamlessly. Obviously maybe it might show here, maybe it might not show, but this is a biggest assumption. Okay, hotlinks, I never used it. PHP settings, very important. Okay, with the Apache that with what can I say, with the XAMPP that I'm using here, it comes with a PHP installed already. Obviously the version of PHP might be, let's say, PHP 5, and then on your server you might have PHP 8, and then you'll find out that the PHP versions obviously they are not compatible. And then what you will do, you will come here, you will maybe downgrade and click version 5 also, so that what you did using this PHP might work using this one. And then also maybe if this one was a new PHP and your server it's some sort of, or still on version 5, you can just change it here. Okay, and what else? Now here you are dealing with emails. This is where you can create an email account. This is where you can create an email account, and which is the email account is the one that I told you, developer at Coded Design. And other things here, to be honest, I haven't used. What else? Here I know when you want to run a certain task, like let's say we want maybe at 12 o'clock the system to send emails to some other people, you can use this cron job, and that is all that I know from here. Okay, and here this is the file manager when you want to go to your backend and upload some files. Other things, to be honest, I haven't used. Here I have used obviously these are Softaculars. I think also on cPanel it's there. That's where you install some of the things. And then PHP admin, it goes hand in hand with this part. When you are done creating a database here, and then you just go to PHP admin, and then you will see your database where I am. Sorry guys, I think this video is too long, but I don't mind much because it's informational. I want you, after this video, I want you to have a clear picture of what a server is and how it can help you. Maybe I would like to see you running your own web design company using WordPress, making money. I will be happy. Okay, so where was I? Was I on WordPress? Okay, it doesn't matter. So going forward, so these are some other things that you can install here. I think some of them, they are like code based, like you see this Python setup. I think it has got something to do with Python. Oh, this is where I was. So when you are here, you can see your in your database, you can set your tables. So as I'm creating a database here, I'm just creating it here. I'm not setting up some tables. I give it a name and give it a user, so that this system can be authenticated, so that not everyone can just use this database. Maybe a hacker can use it. So I will give it a password and a name, and then when I'm here, I can use this PHP my admin to create tables in that database. Guys, I think that is all for me. Now you've got a picture of what a server is and how it looks like. Basically that's it. This is it. So when somebody talks about the back end of a domain, this is what they are talking about. I hope this was informational. I hope it's starting to help you to connect the dots. If the dots are not connecting yet, don't worry, stick with me. I'll make you famous. I'll take you places to see different faces. So I will take you there. So I'm going to take you slowly but surely, patiently, understanding that you might be new to these things. If you don't understand it, please watch the video again, take some notes. You will get the web design and web technology is not something that is difficult. Maybe get some people, because of they are making money out of it, maybe they might make it looks like it's a complicated thing, but it's nothing to write a story about. I think that's all. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you think this was valuable, please do me a favor, click that subscribe button, the like button, and also share it with friends on your Facebook. If you've got somebody that might really need this information, maybe they are a student and they are doing a web design development course and they might need this, please share it with them. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Msengati, see you on the next one. Okay, this is a direct admin. It's more like an interface for doing some admin in your server. I've explained about this on the previous video, and remember I've mentioned this SQL as a place where we create our own database. So let's just jump straight to that and click, and then we will see. Okay, I already got a database here, which is secular forwards underscore core design underscore secular. Okay, let's say we want to create a new database and we are going to test this database. Okay, what we can do, we can come here and say create a database, and then we are going to give our database a name, student, and then the password, it must be strong, and I'm struggling to generate strong password. Let's see if okay, because I can't paste my password here publicly. Okay, meaning that let's generate a password. Isn't there a way to generate a password here? Yes. Okay, Okay, this has generated a random password for me. Let me just remove that phone. Sorry about that. That's my phone. Okay, so now I've got the database name and the user. As you can see, why must there be a database name and a database user? Imagine that you are a bank, a big bank, and you've got information about your customers. Obviously, when we talk about bank, we're talking about money and millions and millions. Okay, so now imagine if a guy can get into the back end of your system and check your database and maybe get all the passwords for important people, potential client, like let's say your president and the millionaires of this world, and they can go to their online thing and start to transfer the money to their own bank accounts. That's bad. So in software industry or in the web technology, then in this database you've got some sort of a certain way of authentication. So that's why there must be this database name, there must be the user and the password, so that not everyone can just connect to a database and take some sensitive information. So after this, obviously this database is not something that is important. I will what can I say, I will delete it. So let me just open here and copy this password. I will delete this database. It's just for testing, and then from then we are going to click create database. Okay, as you can see that the database has been created. Okay, this is the database and this is the database name. Very important to note, this gave me a tough time in my, I'm not sure, in my hustle or in my career with this web design and development thing. From the time that I've started, it has been giving me a tough time. The challenge is when you are using XAMPP, which is the local piece of software for running PHP. When you are using XAMPP, you can create a database. Let me just show you. Let's run the admin. You can create a database and name it whatever you want. So let's say locally I'm going to name my database student. Now when I get to a server, most of the servers, they always have some sort of a, I'm not sure, a word before a certain naming convention of the database. I don't know why. So if locally I had student, then now my database name will be coded design underscore. Do you see that it has changed? Okay, it looks like there are some people who are coming and I might be disturbed. Maybe let me pause or end this video here, but this video doesn't have much in it. Okay, let me just end it here, then I will continue sometime later. Sorry for the inconvenience. Let's try to see what one can do when you forgot your details. Okay, obviously the user is this one and the password is this one. Okay, so the other thing that I didn't speak about in the previous video is the idea of privileges. You can have a user that will use the database, but it can only have privileges to certain things. For instance, let's just click here to privileges and see what we have. As you can see, this user, it's more like has gotten access to anything. So the idea of user is very important in a database. For instance, one of my friends was working at an IT or software company, and then he's specializing in writing SQL statements. Okay, they are the company that he's working for. It's more like a content management system company. Instead of them building a website for you, they have got one website that all their clients are using, and those clients they are managing their content and also their database. Let's say I'm a industrial company, I manufacture cars, and then I will ask that company to create a database for me for whatever. So they will be responsible for planning it and everything. Once it's done, it will run on that company's website. Let's say after a year I want a report on maybe how many cars I've sold, and remember, as the customer, I will be the one who's updating the system. So I will want a report on how many cars are sold in whatsoever. For some reason, they always generate special SQL statements for those reports. It's not like it's a system that does everything automatically. So the point is, my friend is responsible for writing SQL statements for generating those reports, those custom reports. So he told me that he's got some limitation as to what he can do. For instance, whatever he does to the database, he cannot delete. He cannot send a query that says delete all from a table so and so. So the idea of privileges works like that. So meaning that, let's say I've employed a developer and I want him to work on the database, but I can give him some user name and password only to update the system. He can't insert, he can't create, he can't do other things. So that is the case for the user. So here are the privileges. This is something that we didn't talk about on the previous video. So now what I want to do, I want to change the password because I forgot the password. Okay, let's generate a new one, and then I will copy it and then save. Okay, it gives me these details. So what we are going to do now, I'm going to some sort of test this database. Instead of connecting to the previous one, we are going to connect to the new one. So the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to copy this information to the code. Okay, let's go back to our code. At the moment, what I do, I have a class app variables, which is only responsible for storing variables. To be honest, as you can see here, I've got a folder called constants. Okay, let's just jump straight to this one. I'm thinking I will change this approach to constants because I just heard that constants are globally available in the entire program. So, and also constants don't change. So instead of me having these variables that can be changed, I can define all my variables as constant. Number one, the advantage is I can access them anywhere in the application without doing a lot of code. And also no one can change this constant, of which if we are dealing with app paths, you don't want somebody to change the path because the app will break. But however, this is something that is running in my background. So back to the app variable class. So as you can see here, this is all the information about my database. This is the current database name and this is the current password. So what we are going to do, we are going to change the database name to to students, because we've created a new database, as you can see where here. And then obviously the host is localhost. And then in terms of the username, now we've got a new intern in our company. Let's pretend Coded Design has got an intern, so this is the username for that intern, or for all interns, because this is student. And then the password, we will take this password. Okay, we will take this password and put it here. So basically now the system will connect to this database to check for password and other things. Obviously this is supposed to break the code, this table code, this one, because remember this code connects to another database, not the one that we have changed now. Oh, sorry, one other thing. After I've made changes locally, I need to update them on a server. So this is, I'm using FileZilla. FileZilla facilitates the connection between my local files and the server file. So meaning that now at the moment this system won't break because because I haven't updated the online system. So for instance, as you can see, everything is supposed to work well, and it's supposed to take me to the admin side. As you can see, it's working well. But now locally on my code, I have changed which file. I have changed this file app variable, so that will mean I will have to overwrite the file that is on a server before this might take effect, before we are unable to log in, because our interest is not to be able to log in because we have made some changes. Okay, so let's go to FileZilla, and then what we will do, we will look for Philantro, and then inside Philantro I'm looking for classes. Inside classes I'm looking for app variables. Okay, let's see, where is app variables, or variable classes. Okay, and then from there, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing this side, this side, and look for Philantro classes. After classes, I'm looking for, I'm sorry for my slow computer, but I'm navigating to this same directory, because as you can see, this is the same thing. This is the local version of the application, and this is the online version. It's the same thing in a way. So classes, I don't know, maybe my internet is slow. Okay, classes. Okay, on classes I'm looking for variable classes. In variable classes I'm looking for this file app variable. Then I'm gonna drag this one and drop it this side. Okay, now that means that the database on the code has changed. After, if this is done, then that will mean the database has changed. Let me just quickly check if we are recording and we are online. Okay, we are recording. Okay, now what I want to do, I want to take this, send it to this side. Then after this is updated, this means that we are not supposed to log in here. It must throw an error. So that's how I'm showing you that this is how you connect to the back end. Okay, let me just test. First of all, restart and refresh this one. Okay, now the changes are done. FileZilla is updating me. And remember, FileZilla is an application that helps me with uploading files to the server. So let's say SMS and then 1234, and then click. There must be an error. As you can see, username and password is incorrect. Okay, that means now we cannot connect to the database. Okay, now let's prove that the database that we are connecting to, it's the right one. And also, if we can set things up right, then it means that we are supposed to connect. Now let's go to the back end. And also, guys, if you maybe feel like this is some sort of complicated, please believe me, this is not complicated. Keep pushing, keep trying. You will get this thing right. Even me, when it comes to the web technology and web development, I didn't go to school for it. In IT, I only did like software development. So this is not something that I learned in school. Okay, so keep pushing and keep trying. Stick with me, I'll make you famous. With this channel you will get there. Okay, so where is our database? Okay, we are done creating our database. I think that one is clear. Let's go to the dashboard of the back end. And then now what we want to do, we have created a database here. It has got the username, and it has got the user privileges, and it has got the password. We are happy with it. Now we will go to PHP admin, where we will create a table for that database so that our system can connect to that database, because at the moment the system is throwing an error. As you can see, the reason is there is not even a database not even a table in that database. Okay, let's just jump back to the back end, and then we go to PHP admin. Okay, PHP admin, and then once we go to PHP admin, we will look for our database with the name student, and we will add a table there called users, and then we will put the username and password, and suppose we are good to go, as long as we stick to the rules. Okay, not this one. Okay, as you can see here, I was just checking on Stack Overflow so that I can use constants. I think instead of using class variables, it takes too much code. Like I have to instantiate the class and I have to get all those variables as static variables, and it's a little bit complex. So now I'm trying to make a research on how can I use constants. So I was just researching here. I want to use constants maybe might make my code cleaner, write less code, and also easy to debug and also to trace at the end of the day. So our PHP admin is ready. Yeah, we are happy. And then as you can see, under PHP admin, I've got secular, which is the database that we were connected to before. As you can see here, if we've got a table in secular, which is users, then that means that we've got a username, SMS, and the password is 123. Okay, what I'm going to do in this video before I end it, I'm going to show you how to copy this table structure as it is, and in the next video I'm going to show you how to create the table manually. Okay, so now we've got a database name secular, and we are interested in copying the structure as it is. Why do we want to copy the structure as it is? Because our code behind the scene is aware of this table structure. So maybe when we're creating it ourselves manually, you know, when you are doing copy and paste, here we might say ID table instead of table ID, then there might be inconsistencies. Here we might say user underscore name and whatever. So usually the good database practice is to just copy this as it is. So what we are going to do now is to copy this table structure to this database. Simple, right? Okay, so how do we do that? So we click on secular. Okay, make sure that we have clicked on secular, not student, and then we are going to export. Okay, meaning that we are exporting the table structure. Export. So we've exported coded design secular structure. Then we will go to coded design students, and then from then we are going to say import, and then we are going to import that structure. That means that now whatever that was inside secular in terms of the tables, it will be also here. Okay, let's see, scroll down. I hope this is adding value to you. Okay, as you can see, this is choose a file. I hope this is giving you an idea of what a database is, and also how to configure it, and also how to copy tables. Maybe I'm hoping one day you might get employed and then or pass an interview. So let's click there. Okay, that means we are copying this database. As you can see, everything. And then now let's just click import. Okay, hope there won't be any errors, but it's very rare that this might have errors, because you are not the one who's busy changing and updating this thing. So let's just see. As you can see on coded design student, now you can see there is a table called users, and the table called user has exactly the same it has got exactly the same table as this one, as you can see. So guys, let me just quickly pause and fix something, because now I'm trying to multitask and I'm not doing. Okay, I'm back again. My apologies for that small disturbance. So what we did, we've just copied everything that was here, which is the structure of coded design secular. We've copied it to this. This is the most easy and the efficient way of copying tables, instead of going to start this table from scratch. Imagine if you've got more than 10 tables, obviously it's a hassle. So this is how you copy the tables. An interesting thing also here is that you can copy the data that was there already. Okay, so meaning that now if we have done that, that means this user interface now it can connect and validate using the old password. Okay, let's see. Okay, as you can see, boom, now it's preparing to go to the back end, because when it's connecting to this database student database, I'm sorry for my slow internet. Okay, when it's connecting to this database student with the username and the password, it can get to this thing. Now let's just make sure that we are 100% sure, because we need to be bulletproof here. We don't need to some sort of fool ourselves and thinking that things are working whereas we are not testing. Okay, first of all, we need to make sure that we are in student database. Okay, this is refreshing, so when it's done, then we are sure we are here, and then from then we are on users in student database. Okay, now we are going to change the username. The username is going to be Matthew. Obviously I'm using my name. Okay, the username is Matthew, and the password is, let's say, South Africa with capital letters. Okay, with capital letter A. Okay, so I'm Matthew from South Africa, as you can see. Now let's go to the front end. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. Go to the front end, let's log out, and then we are going to log in using the old details. If those old details are not working, it will mean that obviously we have updated the back end. 1 2 3 4, and then click login. As you can see, we cannot log in. Then let's try Matthew, South Africa. Okay, South, okay, Africa with capital letter A, Africa. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to say here, for just testing things, I'm going to say Matthew 1 and see what will happen. Okay, Matthew 1. Okay, it's wrong. So now if I remove this one, suppose everything works and we can get to the back end. Boom, as you can see, we can go to the back end. Guys, I'm going to end this video here. I hope you are learning something. In this video we have learned how to create a database, how to copy a database table or database structure from one database to another. In the next video, I'm going to show you how do we manually create this table, as it is this one, table users. So I mean that on the next video I'm going to start by deleting it, and we will create our own. Otherwise, for me, thank you so much. I hope you are learning something. Also, if there is something that you are stuck with or something that you don't know, please make sure you just go to Google or go to Stack Overflow and search whatever you want. As time goes by, you will start to get the hang of it. You will start to see some clues, and also you will start to commit the syntax, PHP syntax, in your memory. As time goes by, you will start to feel comfortable with PHP, HTML and CSS and JavaScript, and then you will start to look for more higher level concepts like MVC patterns, and then before you know it, you can develop your own application. So for me, Matthew, stay positive, stay focused, keep pushing. See you on the next one. Please, before you go, do me a favor. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe and also click that like button. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. In the previous video, I showed you how to copy a database structure as it is and copy it to a new database. This is the file that we've downloaded, and we've exported it and we've imported it. Now what I'm going to do in this database coded design, I'm going to delete this table. Okay, I'm going to delete this table, and I'm going to create a new one so that I can show you also not only how to copy this structure to this one, but how do you start from scratch. Okay, in terms of deleting a table, I think we have to drop it. So as you can see, if you right click here, you won't see something that says delete. So we just need to make sure that we are here in this table, and then operations. Okay, Also guys, something, the one thing that you must take note of, I don't know a lot of things by heart. Sometimes I just figure things as I go, so maybe I don't want you to feel like maybe it looks like I know everything, or some other things I've seen it somewhere from a channel long time ago, so my mind has an idea of maybe how to go about. So that's why I want to encourage you, keep watching those YouTube videos, keep watching those tutorials. You are learning even if you are not aware of it. So what we want to do here, we want to empty the table. We don't want that, we want to drop the table. Okay, okay, we want to drop the table users. Let's see, after that, as you can see, coded design underscore student doesn't have a table. Okay, let's just wait for this to finish. Also, I'm interested in hearing from you what you think about this series. Is it helpful? Is it helping you to understand the web design, development, technology, and also back end and front end? Please, if you've got time, just shoot a comment below. And also, I will appreciate if you can subscribe or go to my channel and look for other playlist that that can help you to learn. I've got OOP, conceptual OOP, I've got PHP, real life application. I've got a lot of cool stuff there. Now, as you can see, we are here in this database. Let's create a table. Okay, let's create a table called users. Okay, this table called users is going to have how many columns? I think it's supposed to be only 3. The first one is for some sort of a primary key, the second one is a username, and the third one is the password. In case we've missed that, obviously we can always come back and change things. It's not like it's touch as move. It's like you can't reverse it. We're not cooking food here, because once the food is cooked you can't uncook it, so at least we're not in the kitchen. Okay, so what I want to do, I'm supposed to have opened this database so that I can copy the structure from there. Open in a new link tab. Let me open it in a new link tab so that I can copy the structure as it is. I know that here it's a username, and I know maybe here it's password, but there are many ways of writing things. Sometimes we put capital letters, sometimes we don't put capital letters. So I need to open this and copy the structure as it is. So that means let's just be patient a little bit. And also what I'm going to do, I can just, if I can just copy and paste things here. Let's see if I click on structure. Okay, this is table ID. I can copy table ID as it is. As you can see, this key means it's a primary key. I will do a separate video where I'm explaining the primary keys and other things, and obviously maybe that one won't be even a screen record. It will be some sort of using a camera recording me while drawing things down with a pen and paper. I think it will work that way. So let's copy this table ID, go back here, and then we say this is going to be our table ID. As you can see, there is a space there. Let's delete that space. Now I'm happy with my table ID. Okay, the table ID is going to be an integer. These are data types. The table ID is going to be an integer. The length, how long it can be, let's just say 50 for now. This 50 means that it's going to be something like this: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16, so forth and so forth, up to 50. So this can be this long, like it can be like 50 numbers. It's not counting from 1 to 50, but it's the amount of letters, I believe. Okay, and then from there, this interface, it's a bit challenging sometimes. Also it gets to me. For instance, as you can see, I want to scroll like to the right, but my mind is telling me that this scroll bar, it's supposed to be somewhere here in the end. I don't know why. Let me just delete this. You see, so this interface, I'm not sure, maybe it's me, but sometimes it challenges me also. So we've got a table ID, a column table ID. It's going to be an integer. That means it's going to count from 1 2 3 4, and then from then it's supposed to be an auto increment. That means it must automatically increase as soon as we add a user here. So that means we don't have to create a code that will update it. So how do we set that? Let's go here, we leave all these things blank, and then we say this is going to be an index. When we are saying it's going to be an index, it means it's going to be a primary key. Guys, I've hit another disturbance again. Seemingly there might be an excessive noise in my background. I'm sorry for that. Let's just pause this video here, and then we will continue when the time comes. Okay, so basically what I was going to do here, I was going to say this is going to be an index. Index means primary key. Okay, I will explain what is a primary key. You click OK, and then you make sure you click auto increment. This AI means auto increment. As soon as you save the username and the password, this will be incremented automatically. Okay, I think obviously I'm not experiencing much noise. Let me quickly capitalize on that to quickly finish this one. Okay, and then we already got a username. Copy it. Let's be fast, guys, before we run into a problem. And then let's copy the password. Okay, it looks like the disturbance is vanishing. So please, if you hear some background noise, it's those ones, it's the one that I can't control. And also my priority now is to make sure that I finish this video and give you valuable information. So please be patient if you hear some funny noises. The major disturbance that I was talking about, thank God it's gone. It's gone. We are lucky. Let's continue. Okay, okay, that means we've done setting this one up. This one is going to be a varchar, which is variable character. Don't choose a text for now. For me, I think text, you can choose it for messages, like for instance, tell me more about you. If a form has that, maybe you can choose text, but here let's choose varchar. But variable characters, it means just is alphabet. Okay, let's just say 20 here. Obviously, as you can see here, it's the weekend. We are having some fun time. Please be patient. I'm just going to finish this video and then we are done. So we are done setting this one. In terms of this one, we don't have to set a lot of things. In terms of the password, let's for now make it variable character and click 20, and that's it. Guys, let's quickly save this before the noise on my background annoys you. Okay, let's click save. Now we have created a database, and then what we're gonna do, we want to put something on it. This database is empty at the moment, so let's test if our front end also confirms that. So if this database is empty, it means that we are not supposed to connect to the front end because we cannot authenticate. So let's quickly test that. The reason why I'm doing this, I'm supposed to be logged out. What might be the reason? Okay, so the reason why I'm doing that, I like to test things. With programming, a lot can go wrong. A lot can go wrong. You might think you are continuing with things, and then to realize later that you've got things wrong. The old password was South, capital letter A, Africa, and that's it. Let's log in and see. Boom, we cannot log in. Why? Because the database is empty. Okay, so as you can see, we've got an empty database here. So if you want to insert something here in the database without the code, you just go to insert, and then from there, obviously this one, remember I said it's an auto increment. That means we don't need to consider it. Let's take the username. The username, let's say I'm not, what can you say, John. Let's say John, and the password it's 900706. This is more like my date of birth. I was born in 1990-07-06. Let's click go. Voila, everything has been done and it's perfect. Let's look at the structure of our table. Inserted one row. As you can see, where is the table ID? How do I see? Let's click browse so that we can see the content of our table. Okay, what is the table ID? it's number 1. Why table ID is number 1? Because it's auto increment, so this will always be automatic. So let's go back to the back end and log in. It's John 900706. Boom. Delete Matthew, so we no longer need Matthew. John, and the password, it's 900706. That is it. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, we are logged in. Guys, I hope this is helping you to connect the dots. You are starting to see everything. Let me just, before I wrap this video, let me just give you some few tips and other things on how other companies are doing it. Now that you can see that we've got the 3-layered architecture, we've got the back end, we've got the database, the SQL database. Okay, let me just click here. We've got the database, it's a layer on its own, it has got its own rules. The language for communicating with this layer, it's SQL, structured query language. This is SQL, this is the backend. And then we've got the business logic, this is the business logic. And then we've got the front end, this is the front end. 3 layers. In web development, what other like big companies are doing, like WhatsApp and YouTube and other companies, they have got these layers on different domain. It's highly possible that you can have your database not on coded design. You can have your database on a domain that is, let's say, Microsoft databases dot, let's say Microsoft was based in South Africa .co.za. So you will find out that we will save our database here. The reason is this domain has got a big space, like whatever space, and then it's efficient and it's fast and it's dedicated only for databases. So this is where we put our database, and also for security reason. So we are trying to make sure that not everything is in one domain. So it's possible to have the database on a different domain. However, it's also possible to have the front end on a different domain, frontend.co.za. Then we will put all our HTML things and front end JavaScript here. And then the business logic, we can even go further and put it on a different domain. Do you see how the web architecture has been arranged? Like you can chop and change, partition things. Mainly the reason why companies are doing this, first of all, it's for what can I say, for resources. First of all, maybe let's say we've got a server in China, so meaning that we've got more resources in China, we can use that domain as for databases. And secondly, for security, meaning that when you are hacking the front end, you can only see the front end. No matter how strong you are in hacking, you won't see the back end, because the back end is sitting somewhere in United States in a server somewhere. Guys, that is it for me. I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer. If you feel like this video has added value into your overall understanding of database, front end and back end and business logic, please do me a favor. I need that favor. Just click that subscribe button. If you've got a friend that is interested also in similar things, please make sure that you just share the video so that somebody else can also view the channel and support the channel. That is it for me. See you on the next one. I'm happy that the major disturbance wasn't a major disturbance. It's the weekend, people are having fun, sometimes they make noise, and also to me it's the weekend. I'm also having fun coding tutorials for you. See you on the next one. Now I think at least you are getting there, you are leveling up, you are starting to get the vibe of this web design and development thing. Let's just change subject and jump straight to the front end. Let's talk about front end techniques, specifically Philantro UI, Philantro user interface. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the code behind the scene. Let me just close everything here and talk about the structure before I go to the front end. Okay, this is the framework that I'm telling you about. I'm building my own framework. As you can see, this is the application CSS, the whole application. This is the application JavaScript, the whole application. And then we've got assets, logos, images, and then we've got Philantro is my own framework, maybe something like Laravel or Codeigniter, but it's going to be a PHP framework. A PHP framework in simple terms is just a structure. Like if we talk of a house, it must be a foundation. It shapes the house. It shapes the house, yes, and also it determines how big the house is going to be, or not necessarily how big, because from the foundation you can see how big the house is, but I think it can also determine the height. If you've got a very small foundation and it's one room, there are no chances that it can be a double story or 3 floors going up. It doesn't make sense. So a framework is something like that. It's a certain structure of a code, a certain folder structure. As you can see that these folders are arranged in a certain way. And also when you are editing a framework, there are certain rules as to how can you edit a framework. And one of those rules is what we are going to talk about. My own user interface in this framework is inside user component, user interface component, like UI component. Okay, this framework follows the MVC pattern, model view controllers. I will explain that in a separate video, but for now we are going to talk about the front end. The first important thing is to know that the UI component, it's always here. So if you see the login thingy here, the login user interface, you must know here is it. As you can see, it's a folder. Okay, if the login is just pure HTML and it's a view, it's just pure HTML, why don't under the login we see one HTML file? Maybe as in some other people's code, you might see if they are talking of a view, they will talk of an HTML file, or at least one file, because it's just pure HTML. But with me, I regard a view, more especially an HTML view, as a component, meaning that it's made up of other things. What does that mean? Okay, this view is going to take information and send it to the back end. What is the script that is going to do that? It's a JavaScript. Is JavaScript back end or front end? JavaScript is front end. So this therefore means when we talk of a login button, we are not only talking of HTML, but we are talking about a components of things that works together to make this functional. So meaning that as much as this is a view, it's just pure HTML, but it uses JavaScript to interact with the backend and also to do some interesting animation and also validation and other important things. So now I'm introducing a second component of the UI component, with is JavaScript after HTML. And then you'll find out we've got this arranged nicely and the words are bold, the colors and everything. What does that? It's CSS. So as you can see in this UI component, which I call and the login one, when you open it, you see there is a view, and in a view there is CSS, there is JS, and there is the HTML. Okay, as you can see, and then at the same time they are controllers. As you can see, remember I told you that this adheres to the MVC pattern. So let's go back to the view. Okay, this view, when it's rendered, what you see here, it's not a pure HTML page which was like this and it has been displayed as it is. As you can see, this is not the page that is being displayed. This is just a view. Okay, how does this gets rendered? Okay, this is how it gets rendered. A controller is being called. This is a controller. Okay, and then this controller, this controller, what it will do, it will load, it will see how does it interact with the model? This is the model. The model gets something from the database. It will interact with the model to get anything that this interface might need from the database. This interface doesn't directly go to the database. No, it must first communicate with the controller. Where controller is, this is the controller for it, login controller. This controller will communicate to the database and ask for anything that this user interface need. In this case, when we put the username and the password, this controller submits the information to the backend and to say that I am asking for you guys, the backend or the business logic, to check for me if is this user a valid user. And then the controller will take that and then it will ask for the model. A model, it's still a PHP code, but it deals with communicating to the database, and then it will take that information and bring it back to the controller, and the controller needs to check if am I going to return true or false to the backend. So as you can see, this doesn't directly connect to the backend, but it goes through a certain channel, and that channel, it's an MVC pattern. Hence I've created this as a framework, as an MVC framework. So when you want to edit things here, you don't just edit things randomly, but there is a certain way of editing things. This makes it easier for us when we want to change things, so that we can only change a small portion of it, and whatever that we change doesn't affect the other layers. So meaning that if I can go to login and go to views under login, and then let's say for some reason I've decided to change this HTML5. Okay, let me first change the login HTML to T, login T. That means now the system doesn't recognize login T, because according to the way it is organized, it recognizes login. Then I take login 5, which was not recognized. Now I'm making it to be recognized as the system. So by doing so, I have just changed the physical appearance of the login system without affecting all the other parts of the application. So it's like the application, it's segmented. Let me try to load Figma. Okay, I feel like I'm going to draw some things here to illustrate some things. I think there will be a need for that. So let me load Figma. Okay, now I have changed the entire interface without changing without affecting the controllers and all other parts of the code. And that is writing a flexible code, a code that is not coupled together, a code that is not fragile. If I want to change the user interface and find out as a result of that I'm affecting the business logic, then it becomes a problem. Obviously, if maybe I have already changed the user interface, that means here I'm supposed to see a different thing, but in this case I still see the same user interface. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to my settings and erase my cookies. Settings and erase my cookies, or the other way will be just to use a different browser to open this. It's just to use a different browser to open this, because based on what I'm saying, we are supposed to see a different user interface of the login button, not the old one. If we still see the old one, then we just have to check what we might have missed. But based on how this has been structured, by changing this to T and the one that was 5 to log in so that it can be recognized, then we are done changing the entire view. Okay, we are done changing the entire view. Where is this one? Okay, it's still loading. Okay, let's just wait for that to load. And that is it. We are going to end this video here, and then in the next video we are going to get into details of Philantro UI, Philantro user interface. Also, when you are dealing with the front end and HTML, just get a habit of refreshing your cookies and clear your browser history, because sometimes you are going to think that things are not happening, whereas things are happening, but the browser doesn't refresh, or maybe it has got some issues. So always make sure you go and erase your cookies. Let's just see here, it's still loading, and it looks like it's loading the same thing. And let's check here if it's still loading the same thing. Okay, oh damn, sorry guys, my mistake. After we are done changing the local files, we need to update those local files. Okay, my mistake. Maybe I'm a little bit hungry, but I have to finish what I have to finish, what I've started, because in the end you must learn something or two. And also by doing so, I'm also learning something. It's not like you are the only one who's learning. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to go to our login page. That means we'll find it under UI components. Okay, double click UI components, login. Let's just replace the whole login file. Let's just replace the whole login file, and then also we go to our server. Go to our server, not classes, UI components. Double click on UI components. As soon as the UI components load, we are just going to take login, paste it here, and that is it. So where is login? I'm in classes. I want to be in user interface component, and then I'm just going to drag this login and paste it there. This will mean the swap that we did here, this swap will take effect on a server. As you can see, let's just drag login, drag it in here. I hope it's not going to get inside a folder, because I don't want that. Let's hope when it's done loading, it's going to update the entire login folder. And then from there we are done, guys. That's how easy it is to swap what's this thing, to swap user interfaces. So this way of thinking, it's more efficient. The MVC pattern is more efficient. It's easy to make changes and to update the system, instead of when you are changing a user interface and find out that your business logic changed and your database changed. If that happens, it will mean that you are writing a fragile code. That means your code is fragile. Okay, and that will mean your code is fragile. Okay, not a problem. Let's check here how I've updated this. Okay, let me just be sure that I'm inside login and in views. Login in views. Okay, I've got login and HTML5. Then let me go here, login and in views. Let me just copy only these two. As you can see, it didn't update because on my left hand side I've got login T, not login 5. So here it still has login 5. So I'm just assuming the folder that I've dropped here didn't really replace this login, but maybe it entered under another folder somewhere. But let's keep on trying. Otherwise, software development or coding is just like this. Things don't just work from the get-go. You always have to move around until you get things right. I will also encourage you to get used to that, because if you are not used to that, you will panic and you will feel like you are doing things wrong. You will feel like you are not a pro. That's not the case. You are a pro, but software development or coding is like that. It has got many factors, and keep going and keep trying, and most importantly, keep pushing. As you can see, This is the effect. I've just swapped the entire user interface and the code doesn't break. Okay, let me show you on Chrome. And then also I'm going to use this interface. It's going to work well. Let me use it even here on a different browser. What was our last password? Was it Matthew with South Africa? It was John. It was John. I'm not that important. Let me just delete myself. It was John. Sorry, it was John, and the password was 900706. Let's log in and see. Let's pray and count down in 3, 2, 1. Boom, 0. Crossing fingers. Hoping, no, I don't want to save it. Hoping it will take us to the dashboard. If it does, then we are superstars. Let's just boom. As you can see, I've just swiped the entire UI for the login within some sort of few minutes. But if you've been coding HTML, PHP and the back end, you have been a victim of changing one little thing on the HTML and it affects the entire system. So please make sure that you adapt a certain way of doing things so that you cannot do that. Guys, let's end it here for now. Please do me a favor, if you are still new in this channel, just go to my YouTube channel and check there. There's awesome stuffs here. I've got cool playlist, and also if this is your first time clicking this video, this is a series of videos. As you can see, my internet is slow again. So okay, I thought it was taking time to even load like a plain YouTube channel. Then I was going to just stop this video and continue, but I can see that it's continuing. Okay, so guys, MVC, it's very important. It's a powerful framework that is used by big companies, and I'm thinking understanding the MVC pattern will position you for employment. Why am I saying that? If you know Laravel, it's a very big and stable and famous framework. Many companies, when you are looking for jobs, you will see on their job description that you must be fluent with Laravel or maybe other PHP framework. So it means that if Laravel has been built on top of MVC pattern, it's an MVC framework. That means understanding MVC and how it works, and also how to apply it on your own, that might position you for employment. I want to show you why on YouTube or WhatsApp or other big and famous applications, on the URL they don't have something like index, let's say .php, or if this page is a profile, why they don't have the extension. Let's just quickly click here and see what's going to happen if we put index.php. Just a moment. So this part of web development and web development and design, it's routing. So the reason why this thing is not happening, it's because of the routing system. As you can see here, obviously it gets to this index.php. Here I was just testing. I'm not even aware if there is a page index.php, or it might happen on YouTube's routing technique. It doesn't matter what you type here, it will always go to a default page, which is the welcoming page, which is, those are advanced routing techniques. So those are the things that we are going to discuss about. So without wasting time, let's just test where I am at the moment. So let me show you the database, which is a live database that is on a server. I want to show you that my tables are empty, so that when the system or when the application saves something, so that you can see that something has been saved. As you can see here, this is a table users. It has got nothing, there are no users. And also email confirmation code information, email confirmation table, there is nothing. As you can see, there is nothing here. So that means my live database, it's empty. Okay, and then from then let's just go to Secular. So on Secular you will have to register. And then how I'm approaching registration, I don't like to fill a lot of information, if I can be honest. Like, you know, those registration where you have to fill your name, username, password, contact number, and all those things. In this system, I want to take maybe a simple approach or a different approach where whenever you get to the registration, you will just only put your email and that will be it. You are done registering. Then I will push other information from you, or I will request other information from you as you are using the system. I think I've learned this from most popular application like your WhatsApp, what's this, in TikTok and Facebook and all other apps. They make it easier to get in, and then from then they will ask the information as time goes by. For instance, TikTok will ask you what language are you speaking when you are using it, while you are already using it, and it will ask you your location. So that's the approach here. So that's why there is just please enter your email on registration. So when I've entered the email, suppose it will send me a confirmation code on my inbox. Also, let's refresh the inbox to see, so that to see that we don't have any message at the moment. And then when I've clicked registered here, then when I click sign up here, then it's supposed to send me a confirmation code. So let's just wait for this to refresh. So in this system, I want to show you everything, and also I want to show you a code that is meant for production. So I will show you the behind the scene, the design pattern, everything, all the industry techniques that have been used. As you can see, this is my Gmail and I don't have an email. So let's just go here and test. Okay, now that I'm done, as you can see, it's asking me please enter a verification code sent to you to your email. And then let's just quickly check here. Let's just wait for some time. As you can see, here is an email from Code Design. Okay, and then here in this email, as you can see, it has got from the website, it has got this verification code. So this is the code that we are looking for. So the system is asking you to put the code here. So when you are done putting the code, suppose it's taking you to the dashboard where you can use the application, and then as time goes by, it's going to remind you, don't forget to put your name and your whatever, surname, location, and all those things. So that means as long as the system has got your email, it can always push other things. And also, if let's say you don't have a password yet, even for instance now you are going to log in without a password, you can set the password later. As long as your email is your email, the system will use that. So this stage, I'm not done with the next stage after this one. So when you click sign up, it doesn't take you anywhere. But however, the other functionality that I wanted to test is that I have made it simple so that when you want to click the link for confirming your account or your email account, just like any other application, then you can click here. So let's click here and see what's going to happen. Okay, as you can see that it says this code has been verified, thank you. So let's go back to our database and check. As you can see, before refreshing there was nothing, so let's just refresh. This is the confirmation email table. Okay, let's just wait. As you can see, now we've got the first record. Here is the confirmation code, and then this confirmation code is the same as where is that tab? This one. As you can see, it's the same as this one. This is the exact same thing. Okay, what else? Let's go back to the database, as you can see, and then let's go to the users and see what's in users. As you can see, this is our table user, this is my email address, the password is null at the moment. So this is the registration date, and that is it. So that means now the system has got you as a user. It doesn't have your name yet and all those details. It will push those details as time goes by. For instance, when we want to use like more functionality, then it will restrict you to say that please quickly set up your profile. So that's how I think it's going to make it easier to get in to the system. So as you can see, here is your information. So let's say that here I change this code. Obviously, as you can see here, on the email confirm table, we only got this code. So what if maybe I can change it here and put maybe dash and then click enter? As you can see, verification code not found. So that means this is legit. This checks the database. It checks the database. It checks this code and it verified using this code. Let's say I modified this code, whatever it okay, I deleted everything. Let's say I modify this code and type a at the end, or let's type it in front instead, a. As you can see, now it has changed. It's no longer the same. So suppose the system will tell us that it doesn't find this this code. As you can see, this code is not found. What if maybe we can put the modified one with capital letter A in front? Let's see. As you can see, this code has been verified. So that's about it, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you the behind the scene, and then when I mean the behind the scene, I'm just going to show you things like, for instance, a single point of entry in your application. If you look at my application here, there is like few lines of code, like less than less than 20, which is like, it's more like 11 lines of code. Then one might ask, how does your index is so simple and like it only has got like 3 lines? What's going on? So in the next video, that's what I'm going to explain to you, and also give you some techniques, and also how I have achieved this whole thing up to now. So we are going to learn programming techniques, advanced techniques, design patterns, clean code, and also how do you think, and also how do you structure your code. So if you are interested in that information, and also you want to learn that, please don't forget to subscribe to my channel, so that when I put a new video, then you can be updated. Otherwise, in this channel, we are all about learning from scratch. Or I'm not a better developer, also I'm interested in becoming a better developer, so as you. So it's me and you, and let's learn together. Believe me, if you stick with me, I'll make you famous. I'll take you places to see different faces, because we want to be better developers. Thank you so much. See you on the next one. So at the moment, the system is able to send a verification code, so that you can some sort of verify your email. Okay, but now we are going behind the scenes. We are going to behind the scene. What I'm going to start with explaining behind the scene in this video particularly, I'm going to talk about what can I say, restricting the access, or I'm going to talk about single point of entry. So as you can see that there is a file in the backend that makes sure that you always what can I say, get into this index file. So let's just jump to the backend. So this is the backend. Let me just close everything, so that we can start from scratch. Maybe these tabs might be some sort of disturbing. So if I can open at least one tab here. Okay, it looks like it's a load, because I'm working on this system. Okay, so also here, let me just close some sort of all these tabs. Okay, so that you can see the folder structure. I think it will assist on helping me to explain to you. Okay, sorry about that. I should have done this before, but okay, we are done. Okay, so as you can see, this is the folder structure. This is here my code editor. It's Visual Studio Code, so you can download our Visual Studio Code. and then I'm using XAMPP. Let's see, it's not running at the moment because I'm running this on a server. So for code editor, I'm using Visual Studio Code. I've got FileZilla open here. What is FileZilla? FileZilla is a piece of software that helps me to send or to push the files, the local files, which is these files, because these files are inside this folder in my computer. So when I want to push, let's say I've made some changes in the code, I've made some changes in this code, so when I want to push all those changes to the server, I used FileZilla. As you can see, I'm connected to my codedesign.co.za, and then this is my account, and this is the password. So I'm connected. So these are the files locally, as you can see here. The parent folder, it's secular CIRC. So, and that is this folder. However, when you look on the right, as you can see, this folder is not important, it's empty, so I don't want it to confuse us. It's not supposed to be here. So as you can see, the parent folder for the server, it's public underscore HTML. So that is it. So when I want to save anything, so I just click here and then upload, and then this will be uploaded. So that is the case. So I'm trying to say I'm typing the code locally, but when I want to run it, I always have to first push it to the server, and then from then I can go here and restart. So let's talk about single point of entrance or access. So as you can see here, I've got an index file, so all the requests are pushed to this file. So this is the file that handles everything. How is that achieved? It is that is achieved by this HT access. So when the server is executing, when the server is reaching this public folder, where is it? Just close everything here. When the folder is reaching this public folder, automatically it looks for this file, or this file is automatically executed. This is HT access. So when we get into HT access, don't stress and worry much about this. If you want to use it, just copy it as it is. Even me, it's a code that I got from the internet. So but what it does, it routes every request to this to this page. Let's just test it on a platform that we are familiar with, which is YouTube. Let's say for some reason we want to, let's say acting like we are hacking YouTube, so we want to know their file structure behind. So we are just typing random pages, let's say .html. So we are acting as if we want to know their folder structure. You will see that it pushes us to 404 page not found. Okay, as you can see, so that means this is a routing. If something doesn't exist, it will push us to 404. It doesn't some sort of reveal and show a lot about the folder structure of the system. What else can we try here? Maybe okay, even if I can say coded, it's going to do the same thing. Okay, because it's going to say this page is not found. Let's see. But this is an application technique that is like sort of used to control the access, and also to make sure that there is only one entry point to the system. So how do you achieve that? You achieve that with using .ht access, and this is how you do it. So this is the part that tells the system to always go here. So I hope you understand this part. I don't want to make it some sort of longer unnecessarily, but because I only want you to get one thing only at this moment in time, that whenever you get into your system, when the server execute, you must always have this HT access file that will always push the request, any request, to this index. Why are we doing that? So that in case we want to check for security before we allow the the visitor to get into the whole application. If you want to do anything, you want to check something, we can always do it in this file instead of doing the other way of having to put a code that checks for security in all these files. And imagine we've got more than, let's say, 50 files here already, so it will mean we have to copy the code like to every folder. So that's the reason why you must use this architectural pattern, which is a single point of entry to your website. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Msengati, thank you so much for visiting this page. Okay, here we were testing. It happened that there is a code, what's this thing, there is a channel code coded already, so that's why YouTube has shown me this page. So it just happened like it's a fluke, it's not something that has been intentional. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Msengati, see you on the next one. So we are here behind the scene. In the previous video, I've explained the importance of a single point of access, meaning that all requests from the user interface or from the URL or any application whatsoever, they must be some sort of routed to index, so that the index can act as a security gate, so a security guy at the gate controlling the access. So in this video, I'm just going to talk about my indexed PHP, and I'm not going to get into other details to avoid the confusion. So one might ask how it is that I only got 11 lines of code in this index.php, but the system does a lot of things. It also sends some email for verification and all those things. So this number one, the reason why I've got few lines here, number one, that has been pushed or motivated by a clean code. You must avoid having a lot of code, more especially if it's an unnecessary code. So you must have a certain way of writing your code such that it's clean and meaningful. And number two, when we talk of clean code, obviously that is some sort of it depends, it varies from person to person what they mean about clean code. But to me, when I'm talking about clean code, I mean number one, a code that is easy to read, and number two, a little bit clean. So obviously it's not easy for a code to be clean, because you have to write sometimes multiple lines of code in one place or whatever. But you must always push for minimizing the lines of code, or always refactor and clean your code. Okay. And also again, the other thing why this is some sort of only few lines, but the system does a lot of things, it's the solid principle, the S in the solid principle, single responsibility. What does the index PHP or the entrance of my application does? It only does like one thing, or it has got a single responsibility, not necessarily doing one thing, but there is what is responsible for. So it sticks to its scope of functionality. It's not doing a lot of things. Okay, so that is S in solid principle, which is single responsibility. Bob, Mr. Bob, or Uncle Bob, a guy that I believe he was well known in the software development industry, and I believe also he's the one who came up, he's some sort of an engineer behind the solid principle, the well standard good programming practice solid principle. He says that he explains single responsibility as your class or object or function must have only one reason to change. So that's the other way of looking at it, because when you are saying a single responsibility, one might think like it must do one thing, meaning that it's just one line of instruction. So it might be a group of instruction when you're applying the single responsibility principle, but your class has one reason to change. For instance, the reason that it might change always revolves around a certain task. For instance, when let's talk about this index.php particularly, as you can see, what it does, it includes an autoloader, and also it it creates a new dependency container, which is main di container, and it creates an application. So it's more like it's bootstrapping. It's like it's preparing the whole system, getting things ready. Maybe if we can give this this process one word, we will say it's bootstrapping, or like some sort of warming up. So as you can see, I can't put a code that has got nothing to do with warming up, with preparing the system. So that's why Angle Bob says it must have one reason to change. So let's say if I have a code that deals with CSS in this in this file, obviously you can see, it's easy to see that that code that will be dealing with CSS somewhere here has got nothing to do with bootstrapping or warming up or getting the engine of my application ready. So that is it, guys. So let me just quickly tell you what's going on in terms of the code line by line. Here I'm just opening a PHP tag, nothing much, and then on line 4 I am including a class called autoload. What autoload does, autoload enables me to always create new objects that are some sort of classes that are part of my system without adding the word include. Okay, in PHP, when you want to use this file, for instance, let's say, let me just go to this file, main dependency injection container. In my classes, di containers, dependency injection containers, here is it. If I want to use this file, I must always include it, like include, then I must specify the path to this file, philantro classes di container, and then di what.php, for instance, something like this. In the end, there will be parent path, then in the end I will have something like this. So I will be including it because I can't use a file that this script is not aware of. But because of there is the help of the autoload class that I have created, we will talk about it later, I am able to just create new instances, and also be advised that this is object-oriented programming. So I'm able to create new objects without having to always include. As you can see here, I'm just including the only file that helps me with including. So meaning that after this file, I will include for a different reason, but not for the sake of including every time. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. I'm including an autoloader, and here I'm creating a new object. This is a variable. I'm creating a new object of main di container. What is a dependency injection container? A dependency injection container, it's a container that helps me with this one is helping me with auto loading things. The di container helps me with creating objects. Why must I have a container that will create objects for me? Let me just give you a quick example. Okay, let's say I want to create a new philantro. At the moment, don't mind about what these objects are. Okay, so I want to create a new object of philantro. Let's say I'm creating it here. Okay, let's say variable philantro is equal to new philantro. Okay, then open and close, and that's it. Okay, save. There's a line there. What does that mean? Okay, let's check there. Missing arguments. Okay, missing arguments, database credential for the constructor. Okay, so that means before I call this class philantro, I must pass some sort of arguments, database credentials. Okay, I must pass database credentials. So what does that mean? This means that before I call this class, I have to And also be advised that this is a wrong variable. I'm just typing it for the sake of illustration. So this means that I have to create some sort of, or to organize, because those database credentials, it's an array. So I have to organize the database credentials here before. Okay, let's go back to what we talked about, single responsibility. As you can see that creating these objects calls for this dependency to be instantiated, or to be initialized, or to be declared. Okay, it calls for this to be declared. What if maybe this was an object just like this one? When I'm instantiating it, or when I'm some sort of declaring it, it wants me to declare also another dependency. It will mean that before I use it, I must create another dependency, dependency number 2. Dependency number 2, let's say it needs like 4 dependencies. Then I will go on to create another dependency 4, dependency 3, dependency, and then you'll find that these dependencies has got also another dependency. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. So it means that creating an object doesn't necessarily, or in most cases, end on creating object. Some objects, they will need other object as dependency. A brief explanation about what a dependency is. A dependency is, it's any external variable or external content or functionality that the object uses in order to extend its own functionality or to complete its own task. Philantro must take database credentials, because Philantro, it's a class that deals with connecting to the database. So if it's going to connect to the database, then it means that it must know a thing or two about the database name and all those things. As you can see here, I'm connecting to my backend, to the server. So this class must know a thing or two, or it must know about the database name, the data, where it is connecting, and also the credentials. So as you can see here, without the dependency injection container, it will mean that okay, I have to pause the video now. There's some minor disturbance. I will be back now. Just pause the video. Okay, I'm back. My apologies for that disturbance. So as you can see, without a dependency injection container, it will mean that number 1, we will violate the single responsibility principle. That means my index as a gatekeeper, now it will be responsible for creating other objects, of which that's a problem. So as you can see, we've decided to outsource that responsibility to the dependency injection container. So let's just quickly jump to the DI class so that we can see how it achieves this. So before we create a new Philantro, to start with, Philantro, it's a singleton. I will explain that later. That's why we don't have new here. But that singleton, it needs a dependency, which is database credentials, and we are getting that from a class called app variables. Okay, then we pass that in. As you can see, before it returns Philantro, it first organizes everything that it will need. Let's just also check database, get database. Okay, not quotation instance. Okay, let me just scroll up. I want, let's say this is get database. Okay, as you can see, when we are getting the database here, if you want the database, this class, the dependency injection container, create a new instance of a database, and also it passes the dependencies. So this class database needs Philantro. I'm sorry about this. This class database needs Philantro, as you can see, but Philantro on its own needs something. So this class will be responsible for all of that chain of dependencies that are needed. For instance, you don't just create a new database. The database will need Philantro as a dependency. Then when you go to get Philantro, let's quickly go to the definition of this. Go to definition. Okay, When you go to get Philantro, as you can see, before you get Philantro, you also need another dependency. So this dependency injection container, it's one of the well-known standard and good programming practices. So it means that you are just outsourcing the process of creating dependencies to one class, so that you can write a clean and also easy to understand code. So that was it for the dependency injection container. And then here I'm just creating a new class, and then I'm passing a new router. The router is the one that needs the DI container, and then from there, this was just testing for this tutorial, so I don't need it here. And then that's it. That is it for my index. I hope you are learning something or a thing or two in this tutorial, and also be advised or be notified that if you are a beginner, this might not make sense to you, because this is object oriented, and also it's not at the beginner's level. It's a little bit complex. We all started from somewhere. So in my case, when I was starting, when things were complicated, I always watched the video over and over and over again until I understood what the lecturer or the teacher was trying to say. So this might not be meaningful at the moment, and also you might feel like you are needing some simple stuff. Let me give you a piece of advice: watch the videos over and over again, so that you can get the concept, because in the end, or when you are working for a company, you will be required to do a production code, not a code for the sake of learning. At some point you will have to face and meet object-oriented programming, and also these are best practices and also design patterns will be needed at some point. So it will be better if you can familiarize yourself with them as early as possible. Otherwise, I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer. Thank you so much for clicking this video. If you haven't subscribed and you want to learn more about PHP skills on another level, please do me a favor and subscribe. See you on the next one. Have you asked someone, maybe a lecturer or a parent or your friend, what is the best way to do something? Let's say you want to cook whatever meal, or you want to go to a certain place, maybe the town or a different location, and you ask your friend what's the shortest and what's the safest way, or what's the easiest route to that place. So more often than not in life, we want something specific, we want something concrete, we want we are minimizing mistakes, we want a better result, and also we want quality. That is a general quest. We all want that. It's life. We are seeking not necessarily perfection, but we want to get things right. Nobody enjoys pain and suffering and getting things wrong and doing it again. So I want to explain Laravel from that perspective. If you are a developer, particularly a PHP developer, obviously you once asked yourself, what is the best way to build an application? Like a way that will set you up for success, minimize the errors, make maintenance and scalability comes at ease, or make it simple. Then the answer might be, obviously I'm not saying that is the answer, but it might be Laravel. So what is Laravel then? Laravel, it's a framework, it's a PHP MVC framework that makes building web application easy. It takes hold of all the technical, detailed, intensive part of building a web application, and then you can build on top of it. It's more like a platform for you to build whatever that you want to build. So let's break this down and make it simple to understand. Since it's a framework, let's look in real life what a framework might be. For instance, in front of me I've got a house framework. Okay, as you can see here, we've got different houses or house types or shapes of houses, and also they differ in sizes, but they are all illustrated as a framework. They are all house framework or house plans, I can say, as you can see here. So this means that from a framework you can build, like, what can I say, different types of houses from a framework. As you can see, this is a house framework. It doesn't matter which one you choose, but it's a house framework. And also there are things that are common, like in these diagrams, meaning that they all conform to a certain form of creation. Like, you don't see a shape that looks like a car here. So a framework is more like a building block, as you can see. So from it you can build whatever that you want to build. And also, as you can see, that it's not decorated. It doesn't have like beautiful things like beautiful windows, what can I say, roof tiles and beautiful colors and the walls. Those things are not there. What you see, it's only the some sort of the essence, the bone structure of a house. So Laravel is like that on an application, on a PHP application. It's like that bone structure that enables you to not to lose the shape or the perspective when you are drawing. It's like it sets a perspective, let's say guidelines or rules or constraint, so that your drawing can be perfect. But in this case, the drawing will be the web application. So that's what Laravel is to web application, particularly PHP. And also Laravel is not just a framework, but it's an MVC framework. So MVC stands for Model View Controller. What is MVC? MVC, it's an architectural design pattern that is highly on separation of concern. What do I mean by separation of concern? Let's just take one of technological principle that a device must have an input, a process, and an output. So that doesn't mean the input is more important than the process, and the process is more important than the output. But this system of doing things, or this way of doing things, first of all, it partitions the whole process into 3 simple and easy to understand chunks or processes or sub-processes, I can say. The ones that deals with the input, and the one that processes the input, and the output. So if you take that approach or that system in mind, MVC is more like that. It's a structural or architectural design pattern that states that there must be a model, which is a model. It's going to be a certain portion of whatever application that will deal with connecting to the database only, and it specializes in connecting to the database. So that maybe if you have hired a database specialist, they can only deal with that portion. And then you've got the view. The view, it's more like the face or the front of the application, and also it must only deal with that. It must only be a view, so that when we want to change it, we can easily change it without breaking the entire code or the entire application. So it must be a view. And then we've got a controller. A controller is between the model and the view. It's more like the process. So it receives input from the view, and it processes, and it gives back the output still to the view. And then the database is the model is the one that will connect to the database. So Laravel, it's an MVC PHP framework. So we know what a framework is, we know what Laravel does generally. This means then it's an MVC architecture. That means it conforms to this standard of architecture. This is how it has been structured. So it has been structured in such a way that there are controllers, there are views, and there are models. And then since we've mentioned that Laravel it's a PHP framework, then we must know what is PHP. Okay, here it says PHP is a general purpose scripting language geared towards web development. Okay, nice and sweet and straight to the point. So PHP it's a server-side scripting language. What do I mean by server-side? I mean it doesn't run locally on your machine. That means it runs on a server. So what are the advantages of that? It means that you can access it, let's say, anywhere at any time and anyhow, as long as you've got a server, or let's say you've registered your own domain. That means you can log into an internet cafe and write a PHP script and run it online. However, there is a piece of software which is called XAMPP that enables you to run PHP locally. So you can also run PHP locally or build a web application locally. So with that being said, now we know that Laravel is more like a framework. It's a framework, and also it's an MVC framework, particularly PHP MVC framework. So that's what it does. So with let's say now let's just put this into some sort of the context. Let's say you are a developer, or you've been asked to create an application. You don't have much time, and also let's say the application it deals with more sensitive information, and also it's for a big company that where security is a concern. Let's say you've been asked by a bank company, or you've been asked by lawyers, or you've been asked by government. Obviously you've got the skills, necessary skills that it takes to build the entire application, but you are afraid that there might be things that you what can I say, you might not be good at. It's not your area of focus. For instance, let's say security. And then instead of building the entire application on your own, you decide to look for a framework, and then you find Laravel on the internet. So what Laravel will do for you, it will give you a structure, a skeleton to build from. The skeleton is safe and secure, meaning that it cannot be easily hacked. I don't want to say entirely at all it cannot be hacked, because this is life, things happen. But it's we can say like it's a bulletproof, like let's say 99.999, because it's maintained by professional developers, people who are always finding ways of enhancing or increasing the security of the platform. So in terms of security, you can even assure your client, the one that has hired you, that this application is going to be bulletproof, and also you are going to use some sort of high-end framework. So meaning that they can trust if you are saying that it has been built by Laravel, and this is what is Laravel, and this is what Laravel does. Secondly, what might be of value to the client is that, let's say they hire you and you build the project for them, and then you guys part ways. You reach the end of contract, meaning that the client can hire another Laravel developer to continue and maintain the website, as long as the developer is familiar with Laravel as a framework. So Laravel comes with a lot of things. It has got an ecosystem. Like there's a lot of things. Like I think also here there might be some payment gateways. It has got also the interface, the user interface part of it. It has got a lot of things. Like it makes your life easier. You just plug and play, and that's it. Hence here there is the Laravel ecosystem. So when you get into it, you don't only get a framework, but you also get some, we can say, plugins or extension around Laravel that makes your life easier. So what does that mean? That means that the production time is some sort of minimal. That means you can quickly get into the problem domain. For instance, if you are asked to build an accounting system, you can quickly get into building it instead of laying the foundation, the grounds, routing, and login and whatever. So that's what Laravel can do for you. It means that you can quickly build an application and show your client and quickly deliver. Okay, so that's about it. So in case you are new in this channel, this is a series of videos around the application that I'm building, which I wanted to be more practical and to be a production level application. What do I mean by a production level application? This is what I mean. Most YouTubers, coding channels, obviously we teach you concepts just for learning, and in most cases we even tell you that this is not for production, this is not something that you can deploy. So I decided to take a different route to actually try to build an application for production, something that I can deploy. So as you can see that this application is running live on a server under this domain codeddesign.co.za. Coded Design, it's my channel, it's my some sort of business, and it's something that I'm busy with at this point in time. It's all about coding, design pattern, good programming practices, and solid principles. So as you can see here, I'm also debugging at the same time, testing things. So that's why we have this empty array here. But however, this system at the moment, it can do a code verification, and then it can send a code verification. Don't save. Okay, maybe there is something that I did in the back end since I'm busy maintaining it, but it can do a code verification. You can put a code here and then go to your email, refresh, and then you take the code, come back to the app, copy and paste again, and continue. So this is my channel and this is the series. So if you want to learn more about design patterns and advanced PHP skills, please make sure that you visit this channel and then subscribe. In the next video, since I'm very high on design pattern and solid principle, then I'm going to show you on a Laravel application how Laravel is using design patterns. Otherwise, I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. Thank you so much for clicking this video. If you feel like this video added an overall value and value into your overall understanding of PHP, Laravel, and also the other things, please make sure that you help me by subscribing. Otherwise, thank you so much. For me, see you on the next one. In the second last video, I talked about design pattern, solid principle, and how they make your life easier. Obviously, as a newbie, or when you are new into web application or PHP, it's not easy to understand high level concept. Like when something about design pattern, obviously it's a higher level concept, it's not easy to understand. In this video I want you to some sort of gain assurance or interest on studying and learning design pattern, because they can set you up for success and position you for employment. So I want to show it to you and prove it to you. I'm assuming that you know what Laravel is. If you don't know Laravel, in the previous video I did some sort of a video explaining what Laravel is. So at this point in time we're not going to get into details, but what is more important is that Laravel, it's a PHP framework and it's widely used. When I'm talking about a framework, I mean it's a platform that helps companies or developers to quickly build an application without taking care of the minute details. It's widely used. You can Google it and check the statistics, meaning that most companies are using it because it helps with building things quick, and it's secure, and it's maintained by professional developers, and also it has an ecosystem. So it gives the client or customers all the reasons in the world to use it. So that's why most companies are using it. So meaning that if you not only know Laravel, but if you understand the good programming practices that has been applied behind Laravel, that sets you up for a better understanding of Laravel. So what we are going to do now, since I'm high on design pattern, I just want to show you that design patterns are very, very important, and they are the essence of building scalable, quality, and easy to maintain web applications. So let's just jump straight into Laravel application and look at one of the design pattern, which is called singleton, and how they are using it. In case you are new in this channel, this is a series of videos centered around teaching you production level PHP or production level code. So I'm using this brand secular, or this application secular. You can also see the series here. This is the series. So the last video, it's video number 9. So here I'm giving you all the advanced PHP skills that you won't find maybe on YouTube. So this website, as you can see, it's live on a server, so it's not like something that runs locally, it runs on a server. So everything that you learn here, you can take it and then apply it on your own server and build your own application. So without wasting time, let's jump to Laravel and see what we can find in terms of design pattern, trying to show you that design pattern are used by big companies and big applications, your WhatsApp, your YouTube, your Twitter, and your Facebook of this world. So let's just jump to Laravel, and then what I'm going to do here, first of all, before I check this design pattern, let me okay, this is a verification code that was sent by this system, because when you click here, it will ask for your email, and then when you enter your email, it will send a verification code. So this was that I did it some time ago. Okay, so let me just type Google before I go to design pattern. Let me just search the meaning of a singleton, so that you can have an idea what is a singleton. Okay, what is a singleton, so that you can have an idea of what a singleton is. In software engineering, the singleton pattern is a software design pattern that restricts that restricts the instantiation of a class to a singular instance. Very short and sweet. As Uncle Bob once said, that as you get into web application and software development, you realize that it's all about dependency management. So meaning that as the application grows, or as you gravitate towards building application that matters, I simply mean an application that you are hired to develop. It's not something that you are doing it for fun, it's for a client and you've been paid. Then you'll start to realize that there is a lot of dependencies, meaning that there is a class that you want to create, but this class is using another class, so it must some sort of consume the class that it depends on, so that it can use it. And then the other class that this class depends on, also it depends on other two classes, and those other two classes depends on other two classes. As you can see that as you can sense that things are now getting messy, and there is some sort of a relationship between a lot of classes. So those classes are dependencies, and also they are some sort of parent classes, and they are child classes. So dependency management, it's some sort of a skill that as time goes by, as you develop application, it's a skill that you must have. So singleton comes into rescue as a design pattern to say that in your application, in your application you must restrict the instances, because now as you have let me just search class diagram. So as you have these classes, multiple classes, you'll find out that, let's say this is the class that we want to use as a dependency, but this class also just a moment. So let's say this is a class that is a dependency, so you'll find that this class also uses this class, and this one also uses this class, and this class also uses this class. If that is the case, then it means that you have to instantiate this class 3 times, because it's being used here, being used here, being used here. A singleton get into the mix and then help you to create only one instance of this class. It's like you create it once and then you just distribute it, but you don't create it like multiple times, meaning that this class, when you want to instantiate it, it will block you from instantiating from outside, but it will instantiate itself once, and then when this class want to use it, it will just send itself. When this class wants to use it, it will just send itself. When this class wants to use it, it will send itself. So you can use it 100 times without instantiating it, because instantiating a class takes some sort of space, it takes some resources, and it takes some time. It takes time. So if you can instantiate an object like 100 times in an application, that means your application might be slow as time goes by. Now let us jump to Laravel and see how they use singleton. So what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to say search in files, and I will search a singleton. So what I'm going to do here, I will show you a singleton class in Laravel. Let's click here and see. There is something like a comment here. This class, it's a singleton, and then we will see how a singleton is created on PHP. Okay, let's see, construct. Okay, let's see. Okay, where is get instance? Where is get instance? Okay, let's see. Okay, how do you know if a class is a singleton? Let me just how do you know if a class is a singleton? Number one, once a class has a private constructor, if this constructor is private, it means that as soon as you hit the new, let's say this is a resolver class, so as soon as you hit outside this class new resolver, then automatically when you create a new instance, when you are instantiating an object, this method it's ran automatically, which is it's called in object oriented programming a constructor. So it's supposed to be public so that it can be accessed by the client code. But if it's private, it means that it will throw an error because you are not allowed to access it outside from this class. So that's the first thing that you can check for to see if a class is a singleton. And then let's continue to see what are other things we can check from here. Okay, there is a public function, a public static function, which is once this function is static, that will mean that you can access it outside this class. That means the client code can access this function. And then let's see what this function does. Because I'm looking for a function that will what can I say, that will instantiate the class that is inside and send it back, so that we can see the concept of a singleton. Okay, let's see. First of all, I don't know what this class is returning. Returning substring self resolvable. So as you can see, this is where it's returning self, as you can see self dot resolvable. So meaning that when you're outside this class and you are calling this function resolve, this class will return some sort of, it will return itself. However, this one, this singleton is not as clear as possible. It's not that clear, but it is a singleton because it some sort of returns itself, and also the constructor, it's private, but it doesn't show it like very clear. Or I can say this is more like a complicated singleton. Okay, let's go back to here and also look for another class that might be a singleton, that it will be easier to spot and explain. Okay, let's search again. Let's check for this one. App singleton, okay, scroll down. Non-singleton, no. Let's just scroll down. Let's check if okay. So what is important here is for you to see that it's for you to see that big companies are using design patterns. And if you learn and understand design pattern, that means that number one, you are already some sort of a step ahead into creating a clean code, into creating a production code, into becoming a better developer, I can say. So what I'm going to do here, since this one is a little bit more like a method called singleton, I will go here, I'm going to click here, and then I want to go to the definition where this method is being defined, and see if we can't get a method that will return some sort of itself. Let's see, because here I'm looking for, okay, I'm looking for a method that will a singleton that will have a method that returns itself. Okay, let's if we don't find it this way, that's not a problem. We will do it another way. Okay, let's see. Okay, nothing. Okay, let me search something different. Okay, let me search something different. Let me search self, then I will find, in fact, let me search get instance. Let me search get instance, because they used standard in, they used the widely used standard in singleton. The singletons always have a method, a static method, a public and a static method called get instance, where the client code will just call, instead of creating a new, let's say I've got a class of items, instead of creating a new items, meaning that instantiating that class, I will just have to call that items and then get a static method, and that static method is called get instance. So let's just click here and okay, as you can see here, this container, it's a singleton. How do we know if it's a singleton? Because it has got a static method which is get instance. This then means that you can just use this class and then get the get instance method. Then let's go to the definition of this get instance and see when it's returning itself, or returning that class. Okay, let's see. Public static function get instance. As you can see, yeah, this is the some sort of an easy way to explain a singleton. Okay, let me wait for this. Let me just yes. Okay, now let's look at this class. Okay, where is it? class declaration. Looks like it has got a lot of things. Let me scroll up till to the top. Okay, let's go down. Let's go down to the class. Okay, here is a class container, implements array access, and also it implements container contract. Okay, when something implements, it means that it implements an interface. This is a topic for another day. So these are interfaces. Okay, so this is a class. Let's look at the constructor of this class, which is supposed to be private, so that this class cannot be instantiated outside itself. Let me go down, look for a constructor, or I can just search here for construct. Okay, let's say find __ construct. Okay, it looks like it doesn't have it. Let me check. Constructor. Okay, it doesn't have a constructor at all. I must keep on searching. Let me search. Okay, a constructor as always starts with underscore. As you can see that it doesn't have a constructor. That's not a problem. Now let's go to that get instance. Okay, go to that get instance method. Okay, so as you can see here, this is the get instance method. So what this method does, when the client code is calling this method, this function, it will have to ask itself, is the static variable instance null? Then if this static instance is null, it means that this class has not been instantiated, it has not been created. So it will create a new static and it will assign it here. And then from then, if this is if this is null, it will create a new one. But if this is not null, then it will return the static instance. That means the static instance has been created. So this is a singleton, meaning that it will always first of all instantiate itself, and then when somebody asks for the instance using this method get instance, it will first see if it has created itself before. If it has created itself before, it will return that instance that it has created. So that is a singleton. So guys, that's about it in terms of design patterns in Laravel, and also showing you that design pattern things that you must learn. And also design pattern has helped me in building this application, the one that I'm still busy with, secular. In this application I'm using a lot of design pattern, and also they help me to some sort of set a structure that enables me to easily change things in the code and also see the possibilities for scaling. Otherwise, I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. This is my YouTube channel, Coded Design. Please, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to help me to help others, so that me and you can become better developers. Otherwise, for me, see you on the next one. We've already covered singleton design pattern in Laravel. So now I wanted us to check the factory pattern. A factory, it's a design pattern that states that you need to have a class called factory that will manufacture all the dependencies for you. So it's a design pattern. Meanwhile, I'm searching here for a factory. We might as well go to the internet and some sort of search for a factory pattern. Okay, let's say into try.google. Okay, factory pattern. Let's see what's the definition. Okay, let me ask, what is a factory pattern? Okay, in class-based programming, the factory method pattern is a creational pattern. Sorry about that. It's a creational pattern that uses factory method to deal with the problem of creating object without having to specify the exact class of the object that will be created. This design pattern some sort of manages or solves the problem of creating objects. As I've mentioned before, if you've got many classes, you'll find out that this class, it's a dependency for another class, meaning that it's used by another class. Let's try to be as realistic as possible. Let's say we're creating an accounting system, and then we've got an invoice class. Okay, the invoice class will deal with currency, because in the invoice you must state like how much there must be, some sort of money, and also there must be a unit of measure. So for instance, in South Africa we use rands, and in other places they use dollars, euros, and nairas, and so forth. So you might want to, let's say the application that I've done, obviously I'm based in South Africa, I'm using rands, but what if maybe it's being used by, let's say, people who are in United States? That will mean that there must be a change in currency. Some sort of currency must be converted. So as much as I'm creating an invoice class, but if it's going to display the amount of money, that will mean, let's say, this is just for an example, that will mean it must use a class currency, so that it doesn't have to deal with converting amounts, because it will violate the principle number one, the single responsibility principle. Because now if it starts converting and it gets lost into currency affairs, it's like somebody who's taking care of the neighbor's issues, who always stick their nose into neighbor's issues or everyone else's business. So that means the invoice class must remain an invoice. So in order for it to do that, it must take currency as a dependency, so that it can just use it to convert the currency. So you can see that we've got invoice as a consuming class, a class that consumes currency, but currency might have other dependencies that it needs. For instance, let's say since we are dealing with currencies, let's say it uses another class called currency conversion, meaning that that class only has a table of conversion, like maybe formulas to convert a US dollar into rands and whatever. So that means even currency as a class, it needs also another class. As you can see that there is some sort of a chain of dependencies. So a factory method pattern comes in to rescue and say that, okay, since there is some sort of a chain of instantiations here, you call this class thinking that it's just a solid class, but you'll find out this class depends on two other classes, and also it depends on two other classes. Then it becomes some sort of a little bit of a mess. So you must have a factory, just like a factory in real life that manufactures products and items. You must have a factory. The factory will only be responsible for managing that mess, meaning that it will have let's say a class called currency converter. It will have a class called currency, and also it will have a class called invoice in one class. So whenever the class invoice needs two more dependencies, this factory method will quickly get those dependencies, because those dependencies are inside it, and it doesn't sweat much to create those new instances, because number one, it specializes on that, instead of taking that responsibility and pushing it to invoice. Whereas now invoice, instead of creating and generating an invoice, it needs to be lost in currencies. So that's about it when it comes to a factory pattern. Now let's jump back to Laravel and see if we can get a class here. that acts as a factory that will create objects for Laravel. Let's just quickly go to definition of this function. Maybe it will take us to a class that is a factory. Okay, function factory. This one is a function. Okay, or new factory. Let's see. Yes, that's a new factory. Okay, let's see what this function does. Okay, I think this class is a factory. Let's go to the definition of this class, the class itself. Okay, abstract class factory. Okay, this is an abstract class. It's not the actual class, it's an abstract class. Okay, let's see. Okay, as you can see that this abstract factory class, it has got a function, public static function new. And then what does this function does? It receives some attributes in terms of an array. Yes, it has got an array, and then it return new state. As you can see, it's newing things up. So a factory, what a factory does, it's responsible for creating those objects. If whatever that it's being newed up needs a dependency, then the class already has that dependency. For instance, here this is an empty array. Okay, let's look for another class. Let me check. Okay, let's just go down a little bit to look for another has factory. No, to look for another factory class here in Laravel. User factory. Okay, let's check another one. Factory method. No. Auto load factory. Okay, let's see, scroll down. Sorry about that. Okay, let me just say class factory, hoping that Laravel has a class which is just called factory. I think here is it class factory. Obviously it's, I think this that abstract, or it's a different one. Okay, let's just look here at this class and see what it does. As you can see, it's called factory. Okay, let's see if it has got some functions that are responsible for newing up things, for instantiating things. Okay, let me just be clever and create new here. Okay, as you can see here, they are returning a new eloquent collection. Okay, so meaning that this is new, that means you are creating an object, and that object is eloquent collection. But this eloquent collection takes some dependencies. As you can see, everything that is inside here, these are dependencies. And as you can see that these dependencies, it's not like it's just, what can I say, it's just one class, let's say a class called factory or router or whatever. But as you can see, there is some sort of a collection, and then you call a mapper method. Inside that mapper method, you call a function, and then you pass record, which is iterable, that you've received here when you are creating. And then from then it's going to be a function, and then it's going to return this dot stage dot record dot create. As you can see that creating this object is not as easy. Imagine if you have to create an object like this inside a class that deals with invoices. It will mean that now the invoice class is going to be busy doing the work that is not supposed to do, and that breaks or violates the single responsibility principle in solid principle. That S stands for single responsibility. So this is a perfect example of a factory at work, because as you can see, creating an eloquent collection is not as easy. It involves a lot of things, and if you do this in another class which is not a factory, it will mean that class will do 80% of the work. It will be creating objects, of which that's not efficient. If you have an invoice class, it must spend like 99% of the time or its production time creating the invoice, doing what it's supposed to do. So guys, that is it for me. You can see what a factory does in Laravel. I've also got a factory in this application, but at the moment I call my factories dependency injection containers, because they just contain all the dependencies. It's like a bag of dependencies or a bucket of dependencies. That's a factory. So those dependencies are being created inside that bucket. So I always take that bucket and push it into my application. Whenever I want to use a dependency, I'll always call it from that bucket. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Msingati, the developer, that's about it. If you feel like this video added value into your overall understanding of a factory method, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. Otherwise, this is this series teaching you advanced PHP skills. And then I've got some cool stuff here, or informational videos and playlist. So if you've got some time, please visit my channel and subscribe, so that you can help me to help others. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Msingati, see you on the next one. I want to show you the steps that are involved until you see this screen. Why am I doing that? What's the outcome? What's the purpose? What do I want you to learn from that? Number one, I want you to learn the MVC pattern, how the system organizes this screen. Obviously, now you might think that there is a file there called, let's say, a PHP file called login, and when you click here, the system jumps straight to that file and loads it. I want to show you how does the system applies MVC, meaning that this part, it's a certain component, it interacts with another part called controller, and also there is another part called the model. And also the second thing that I want you to learn from this video, it's object-oriented programming. Okay, without wasting time, let's just jump straight into it. Okay, I'm inside Visual Studio Code as my code editor. This is the folder structure. So where do we want to go? Firstly, we want to go to the first page that is being loaded when somebody clicks this URL, and that is the index page. Okay, this is the index page. This index page, it's more like an entry to the website. Every request passes through this index page. Let's just click it. Okay, so when you get before that there is this HT access. Okay, this HT access is more like a gatekeeper. Whatever that you type here, you will always be redirected to index page, so that every request can go through the index page. So this HT access is more like the gatekeeper. Whatever request that it receives, it always redirects it to the index page. So this is what this does. So as soon as somebody hits this file, it first starts read this HT access. This is more like settings, I can say. So it reads this HT access, and then it will know that it must redirect you to this page. Okay, now let's get into the index page. When you get into the index page, as you can see, this is a PHP file. Okay, in this PHP file, the first thing that I'm doing is to include a file called autoloader. The autoloader enables me to just create or instantiate object without including them. So if you want more information about that, you need to understand how does PHP uses file. In order for you to use a file in PHP in the script, you must always include it. It's more like, even though that's not the case, but let's say it's more like importing. That means taking something from outside and bringing it in, importing only in that case. And then from there, what I'm doing here, this is more like a test at the moment. Here, this code is more like a test. I will take it to some sort of a suitable location. Okay, what I'm doing here, before I do anything, I'm loading the JavaScript and CSS. Okay, meaning that, let's check here. Let's inspect this page. So that instruction loads all of these. Okay, so these are all my JavaScript file and CSS file. Okay, so this instruction does that. It creates a new object. That object, which is attached CSS and JS, will load all those files inside the head. Okay, and then from there, through the help of this autoloader, okay, let me just push this. Okay, through the help of this autoloader, I can now create some sort of a new file without including it. And also here I've got a DI container. What is a DI container? A DI container injection container, meaning that it acts as a factory. What is a factory? A factory is a class that manufactures objects for me. Okay, as you can see here, I'm instantiating this object from scratch, but other object, or 90% of the objects, are inside this dependency injection container, the one that I'm instantiating here, so that when I want to use objects, I don't have to new them up. I just have to some sort of get them from here. So for now, take this as a container that contains other objects, take it as a factory, and then from then I'm creating a new object again of the application, which is the actual application. And in this application, I'm passing a dependency, or I'm injecting a dependency, which is called a router, and I'm instantiating it. And then the router takes in dependency injection container as some sort of a parameter. So meaning that I'm injecting this as a dependency, because router wants to use this when it's operating, and also the app wants to use a router when it's operating. And then I'm done on this page. So that's what this thing does. So it seems like whenever you hit this page, this will be performed. There are no instructions, there's nothing, that there are no decision at the moment what needs to be done and what must not be done. So in essence, a class of application will be created. So let's just go to that class. Okay, in my folder structure, I've got Philantro, and inside Philantro I've got classes. What is Philantro? Philantro is my own framework similar to Laravel. So instead of using Laravel, I'm trying to create my framework as I'm developing applications. Okay, so let's look for the app classes. Here is the app class. Okay, let's take this to the side, move up a little bit. Okay, as you can see, here is the app class. So the app class has a private variable, or a private property called router. It's called router, and the type is router. Okay, this is more like a variable. And then this is a function construct. A function construct is always called when you are instantiating an object. Let me just bring up that index so that I can refer to it whenever I need to. Okay, so whenever I'm saying new application, this method is called automatically. It's called a constructor. Okay, so when it's called automatically, it receives router as a dependency, and then from then it will start a session. This is starting a session, and this router, which means this variable and this property, we are going to assign something that we have received from here, so that we can use it in this class, so whenever we want to. So I'm doing that here. Okay, and then let me scroll up, and then request type, okay, is equal to string to lower, that means server URI method. Okay, so now the app is starting to be concerned about the request. It's starting to work, starting to be functional, doing its own work. So it checks here. It's asking itself, how did the user get into the system, through which channel? Whenever you get to the system through this URL bar, that means you have used a get method. In this case, in my own application, this is a get method. And then when you are clicking here behind the scene, the JavaScript, for instance, when you're clicking here, so the system goes to the back end using a post method. So this has been fetched using a post method. So the application class wants to know which method, the request method, has been used. Obviously, in this case, it's a get method. Okay, so this is a switch statement. A switch statement, it's more like the if else. If this happened, then do this. If this happened, then do this. But it's a more shorter and simple way, or a clean way of doing it. So it's going to ask itself, here there is get, switch, get. So case, if it's get, then do this. If it's post, do this. Since it's get, what is it going to do? It's going to get in here. Remember, the thing that we want to do, we want only to load this page. Okay, so we are here now in the application class. So if it's get, of which in our case is a get method, then it cleans the URL and escape the entities. It's more like this is like preventing like people, the user, from typing a URL, let's say typing an HTML code here, something like this. This is an HTML code. So if this happens to be displayed here, let's say, as you can see here, I'm just testing something, but if that information happens to land here and it's an HTML tag, it's an h1 tag with content, it's not going to display like this. It will display like this. It's gonna be more like bold and bigger, of which we don't want that. So this HTML entities helps in that. It just kills that HTML tag. So when it's being displayed, it's not going to be displayed bold like this, but instead it's going to be displayed like this. So it's not going to have an effect on how things look and appear. Okay, so other things I'm not going to explain in detail, because in this video I'm just showing you the route, so I'm not going to get into details some of the things. Okay, and then this dot process request, and then we pass the URL. Okay, what is inside here, this URL? Okay, as you can see here in this URL, we are passing the request URI. What is the request URI or URI? It's this thing. It's this one. This is what it's there. So meaning that this whole thing that is here, it will be there. Okay, in case let me just, okay, let's just continue. I think the request URI, it's not necessarily the whole string. My mistake. It's not like this whole string including this one. It's starting from here going forward. Like for instance, if there was /user / let's say login. Okay, so the request URI will be this one without the domain name. Okay, let's continue. And then, so meaning that in our case here, we've got / in here. Okay, let's check, and then we will jump to, we will go to this function. Let's just say go to definition. Okay, and then when we are here in the definition, as you can see, also here we are clearing the entities, of which I think this is a double job. I need to refactor this and remove this, because on top there we already did this. Okay, so here we are saying routes is equal to explode, using this as a divider. And then what are you exploding? The string that we have sent there. That means the URL string. Remember, we said we only have /. So what does this explode does? Let's say we have a string like this. Okay, it will take this string and it will create an array. It's more like an array. It's more like a list of items, but it's going to break this string into pieces. How is it going to break it? Where is it going to know if maybe it must break this LO or the GIN or what? It will use this /. So it will take this whole thing, and then starting from here it will make this user part of the list, and it will omit this / because it's using it to break the string into pieces, and then it will also take this login. If there was another / here, it was going to take this as a different part of the list, and then if there was the other one, it was going to take this as a different part of the list. So it's going to have an array, a list of strings that have got this item, this item, this item, and this item. So in our case, we only got /. So after that is done, that will mean that we are going to have let's check, we are going to have 0 here, because we don't have an item that will sit as in, let's say, item number 1, item number 2, item number 3. So it's only a /, meaning that this is what it is. It's just something like this. Okay, so that means it's 0, and then from then it will also test again. Routes is equal to array merge 0. This just reset the, I have jumped one instruction, which is line number 76. Okay, so after after we have exploded here, we have created an array using the URL. So here we are going to have an array with which 0. That means it doesn't have contents in it. And then we are going to say routes is equal to array difference route. That means we put a space there. Okay, here what we are trying to do, whenever you are using a URI, there is this / here. Okay, and then let's say there is a name here, and also there is a name here, and also there is a name here. Usually what happens, as you can see here, before this, remember we don't calculate this part. It's like before this / there is an empty thing, and then after this / there's an item, after the / there's an item, after the / there's an item. So the first item that will be there in the string, it's going to be an empty thing, because before the / there was nothing. And then if there is an item here, this is going to be item number 1. If there's an item here, this will be item number 2. So this array always has, it looks like this. Okay, let me just type it here. If we've got /, let me type it here, item 1, item 2. Then this means that because there is an empty thing here, this will create an array like this. The first item will be empty because there is nothing. Remember, this is not part of that string. Okay, the domain. Okay, so this will be empty, and the second item will be item 1, and the first, second, and third one, and the third one will be item 2. Then we close the array. So this is always there because we are starting from, like, there is nothing there. Okay, so when we are doing this, we are trying to say this array difference will compare this array, the one that we get here, and this one, and then it will just delete this empty part, which is, I hope I didn't delete it, or I've already removed it. It will only delete this first one so that we can get the remaining things without this, because we don't need this. So that's what we are doing here. Okay, so routes is equal to array merge. After I've deleted that, obviously in terms of the positions, okay, an array, it's a 0, it applies a system of 0 based index. It means that as a human being, when you are calculating how many items that are here, you will start from 1 2 3. However, when the computer tries to allocate position for these items, it doesn't start from 1 2 3, it starts from 0 1 2. So it's called a zero-based index. So this will be position 0, position 1, and position 2. So if I can remove this position 0, as you can see here, we are going to start at position 1. The remaining array, when this is removed, is going to position 1 and position 2, of which that's not let's say that's not logical in a way, because these positions are supposed to start at 0 when we've deleted this thing. Why don't this become 0? So this code does that. This one, let's say point in case we have deleted 2 items. Let's say this position 0 1 and 2. Okay, 0 1 2, and we've deleted the first 2. Which position is this going to be? This one is going to position 2. Imagine an array with only 1 item, but the position of the item is 2. It doesn't make sense, right? Okay, so here we are fixing that. We are saying please rearrange the array in such a way that all the positions starts at 0, so that it can be 0 1 2. Okay, we are switching here. It's more like we are creating a fancy if-else statement. Okay, we are using that if-else statement using count routes. So meaning that we are checking here this route, this array, how many items do we have here? Remember, we said we are going to have 0 items because we don't have items. Okay, so switch route, which is switch 0, case it's 0, case it's 1, case it's whatever. Here the case it's 0. So case 0, this, which is this class that has got a method. This arrow function means load a method. Okay, this class, which is the class that we are in, which is the app class, you are supposed to have a load, login, or landing method. The other important thing here that you must also take away is your naming convention. This I have learned from a guy called Uncle Bob. I can just say he's a genius in programming and software architecture and clean code. He has got a book called Clean Code. Let me just quickly search him. It's important that you search him and also you follow him on YouTube. So if you want to learn more about clean code and how to name your functions and whatever, here is Robert C. Martin, his Uncle Bob. So this is the guy. He's an American software engineer, instructor, and an author. Okay, so I was watching one of his videos, and he like sort of gave me an idea as to how do I name my function. As you can see, this function, it's called load, login, or landing. Okay, what does this mean? This is self-descriptive. This function, it's either it's going to load, log in, or it's going to land in. So by just looking at this function, you can tell what it's going to do based on how I've named it. It's loading, log in, or landing. So after this, it's either we are going to have a login page or a landing page based on whatever decision. So let's just go to this function. Okay, now we are here in this function. Okay, double click. Okay, so we are here in this function. Remember, this function is still inside the application class. Okay, then here is the function. It takes nothing as a parameter. Okay, now what I'm doing here, also here, please, this needs to be refactored. I'm still testing. This is not supposed to be here, so that we can, it's like we must stick to the single responsibility. This class is not supposed, or at this point in time, this function is not supposed to echo something on the HTML DOM, but what it does at the moment, it just puts this name here. Okay, where is this name? You see this circular, This is how it gets it. It's an app name, it's an application name. But however, this is a bad practice, for we are violating a singleton principle, because this it's loading a landing or a login page. This is not loading or landing a login page. Let's just go quickly check. I think also Mr. Bob is the one who coined the solid principle. He's the pioneer behind solid principles. Solid principle. I'm going to show you the principle that we are breaking. The solid principle. I hope I can get a list, not a definition necessarily. Importance of solid principle. Okay. Solid principle, let me say list. Okay, solid principle list. Okay, the first one is single responsibility principle, as you can see. Okay, so now if we come to this code, what are we saying? As I've said before, this name, it's more like self-descriptive. This is part of writing a clean code. When somebody else is reading this, they must be able to pick up that this function will load login, or it will load landing, depending on whatever decision, okay, or on whatever decision factor or deciding approach, okay. But now echoing, displaying something on the DOM, it's not part of deciding, as you can see. So that means this is wrong. I need to refactor. Okay, now we are echoing router, which is we are using the router that we have received as a parameter, dot login or landing. Okay, as much as inside the app class we have a load login or landing, inside the router, actually the actual code sits in a router, not in a landing, not in the app class. Why is that so? Because the app class must stick to its own responsibility. The class that decides what to show and where to go is the router. Like, it has got some direction. It's more like it's what can I say? It has got the map of the entire application. So it's the one that is responsible for knowing what to do. Hence, now we are calling a router class. In the router class, we want a login or landing page. Okay, so meaning that this is our first time now to jump out of this class. Okay, so meaning that even on the script now we are supposed to be on a different script. So let's go to this function definition. As you can see, we have jumped to a router.php. Then now the router is responsible for routing. Okay, so city landing page is equal to app session dot is home view set. Okay, this home view, it's more like a dashboard. Okay, the reason why we are getting is home view set, as you can see also this function, it's more like asking a question. When I'm asking a question, I'm supposed to get an answer. Then in computer terms, when we are asking, there are two possibilities of the answer to whatever that you are asking. It's either the answer is going to be true or false. In this case, in terms of the Boolean value. So here I'm asking, is home view set? So here I'm going to get true or false. So if home view is set, what does that mean? It means that you have logged in before. That means your session is still active. So when you are coming back to the application, we must not take you to the login, because the home view, the dashboard is set. That means we can load the dashboard, just get into the system. But if you have logged out, the is home view set will return false. That will mean you have to load this screen. Okay, let's continue. If this looks like difficult, or it looks like a little bit confusing, please watch it over and over and over again. It will make sense as time goes by, but here I just want to show you how things are done like the proper way, and how objects work with each other. As you can see now, these objects are communicating with each other. Okay, and then from here we've got a value that we don't know if it's true or false, but in our case we know that it's our first time loading, so we are not logged in yet. So this is going to be false, because we have not logged in at the moment. If there is true here, then do this. Okay, do this. Let me just put some space. If there is true, do this. Else, that means if there is false, return this. As you can see, if there is false in terms of the home view being set, that means you are supposed to be routed to the login page. So the router will return a new load view. Now, do you see that these classes are sticking to the single responsibility? And that is very important. Why the router doesn't some sort of have this load view class or login page, so that whenever this is false, then it just loads it in the same script. That's not a good programming practice. A router, it's like channeling things. It's like a gatekeeper. You know, when you are visiting a business, what is it? Let's say you are visiting a campus, a school campus. There will be always that guy who's a security guard in the gate, and you will ask him, where is the residence, or where is the HOD office, or where is the administration, and then he will channel you to that. So the router only acts like that security guard. It channels the request. It's not supposed to display information. Then somebody might ask, a beginner might ask, then why don't we just put everything in the same place? The problem is your code is going to be coupled together. It's going to be a spaghetti code. Okay, let's say tightly coupled code. Okay, let's first type title coupled code so that we can read and see what is a title coupled code. Tight coupling means class and objects are dependent on one another. In general, tight coupling is usually not good because it reduces the flexibility and reusability of the code, while loose coupling means reducing the dependency of a class that uses the different class directly. This is tight coupled, this is loosely coupled. Let's say we are building a new application and we want to reuse this router. If this router, there is a code that relates to specifically a login page that is inside it. Remember, this login page is a secular login page. Now let's say we've decided, or we got a job from Facebook, we are creating a WhatsApp application. It will mean that when I want to reuse this router, the login page of secular is attached to it, and we don't want that. We only want the routing system because we are happy with the routing system. It works well, but it means now there's also another burden of removing the login page here. Imagine if there's a login page, registration page, email verification, then that's tight coupling, and it's a bad programming practice. As you can see, this is tight coupling and this is loose coupling. That means you cannot reuse this code if it's tightly coupled. That's why I really don't understand, or not necessarily I don't understand, but that's not my own approach. I don't mix HTML with PHP, as I have highlighted. When I'm echoing something where I'm not supposed to echo it, I always have to tell you that I'm just testing. Generally, as you can see, 90% of the time it's not there. It's just those special cases where I'm debugging. I want to see things, just like here I am like echoing something. As you can see, I'm var dumping things, and also here, as you can see, I'm busy. Okay, as you can see, I am busy debugging the system, but generally I don't have to. HTML has to be on HTML, and the business logic, which is where we are, it must be the business logic, and the database needs to be on the database. As you can see, at the moment we haven't reached any HTML yet. We are busy with PHP, making important decisions. So now that we know it's your first time in the application, what are we doing? We are loading a class which is load view. Maybe if this class is called load view, what it does, what might be its function? Okay, don't take it from me. Let's just take on Google, and then let's just search generally load view and see what is it going to say. Load view, what can I say? Load view, what? Load view function. That's not the case. If I want to ask what something does, what can I say? Let me just first type load view and see what's going to be there. Let me also check some images. I want to see what will come up. Okay, as you can see, it's showing me some views. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me just ask it this way for the last time. What does a load view do? Okay, let's just check here. Load view is a cloud-based load testing solution that helps development teams predict how a website or API and more it will respond various level of traffic control. Okay, this one is just maybe it's an application which is called load view. Okay, I didn't know if there is an application. Okay, create the view that the controller manages. This is what I was looking for. So what I'm trying to show you here is that your functions must be descriptive. That's a step number one to writing a clean code. Your function needs to some sort of tell itself what it does. So when somebody is looking at this function, let's say it's another person, he will say, okay, this is load view. What it does, I think it loads the view, and that's the case. It loads the view. What is a view? Then you can just go and check here. What is a view? Let's see, what is a view in software architecture? Let's just say. So you can see here, a view is a presentation of an entire system from a perspective of a related set of concern. Okay, but a view is just this, a user interface. So this function, it's a load view. What it does, it loads the view. So you must be careful with naming your functions and your variables. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so now let's just go to that definition. So meaning that here we are jumping to a different class, and also I hope you are learning how these classes are working together. Okay, let's jump to that class. Okay, let's just come here. Okay, now as you can see, we are in a different file, and this method is called load view. What this method needs, this method needs a dependency injection container. Remember, we were here. Where is my index? Did I remove my index here? Okay, let me get it, because I want to explain something. Okay, remember here we said this application takes a router as a dependency. What is a dependency? A dependency is a class or any function that this application will use. So meaning that this application uses a router. It doesn't have a router in itself. Why? Because of we must stick to the solid principle. It must not become a router. The app class must not be a router, but it must use a router when it wants to, exactly as we have jumped from here to here, because this class wanted to use it, but it was not a router. If we can take all the code that is inside the router and push it into the application, that means the application now is also a router, of which that's bad. And then a router doesn't want to be a dependency injection container, hence the DI it's injected in it, so it's using it, as you can see. Okay, and then the router, it uses the DI, but as you can see, it's not consuming it for its own functionality necessarily, but there are some method inside it. Which method is it? The method login of this class wants to consume this DI container. It's using the same DI container that was injected on the index, this one. Okay, so let's check. So when it's calling this login page, it passes that dependency because the login page want to use that dependency. Okay, I hope you are not lost, but if you are lost, please ask me anything, then I will explain. As you can see here, we are still far from displaying any HTML. This is how the framework works. This is, I'd like to say, at least a decent way of doing things. Okay, and then when we are here in this load view class, and then we are using a method called login page, and then we are going to return this template. That means there is a method called template, and then we are passing a lot of things here, including empty arrays. Also, we are still passing the dependency injection container. As you can see that now I have carried a container, a class from application class number 1. I've pushed it down to the router class. I have pushed it down to the load view class, also in the login page method, and also now I'm pushing it to another method which is template. And then by looking at that, I can start to see that I am carrying a class from one place to another, one place to another, one place to another. I would like to believe, in terms of design pattern, there is a solution for that. So when I'm refactoring this whole system, let's say 2 months from now, I still have to check, do I have to carry like this dependency, or there is a design pattern that can help me with that? Do you see now the design pattern are still popping up again? Design pattern are solved problems that occur in the software development industry, particularly object-oriented programming. So, but I have to make a research on that, but I think I have seen some sort of a design pattern for solving this problem. I have got a dependency here. Okay, let me just change the color. I have got a dependency here on my application class that I am injecting in the router class. So this is the router class. Okay, this is the router class. The router class is carrying that dependency, and it's taking that dependency to what class? The router calls a load view class. Okay, at the moment this is where we are. Okay, so as you can see that I've passed this dependency to the router class, and the router class has passed the dependency to a load view class. That's where we are now. I'm starting to see a certain pattern of a class that I instantiated here, but now I am passing it down the system, down the system, of which when I'm done demonstrating this, I'll just have to check on the internet what is that design pattern that can help me with dependency management, managing dependency. Which design pattern that can help me? I want to see. I believe there is a design pattern that solves this problem. So you can see that design pattern is not like complicated and architectural techniques that are used by YouTube, Facebook, or all other big application, all the tech giants, but even you in your code, you can use design patterns. Okay, so let's continue. We are also injecting that dependency here on load template. Now let's go to a load template, but we are still in this class load template. As you can see, this the class that we are in, the load view class. We are loading a method called load view template. Okay, let's check on load view template. Okay, we're here on load view template. The load view template receives initial array as a string. It receives an array view controller, and also it received a dependency injection container, and it received post data and string class. Okay, let's just quickly check. As much as we are coming here, we didn't check also what are we passing So remember, we are tracing the code here, so we cannot just enjoy jumping from one code to another without knowing what parameters do we have, more especially the ones that we are interested in the most, not the empty ones. Okay, so let's go back to not definition code references. Let's see. Okay, as you can see, this is where I'm referencing this class. Okay, so we are back where we were. Don't mind this because it's empty and this one is empty. This one is the dependency injection container, that means we will use it there. This one is empty. As you can see here, we are starting to be specific now. This was login page, as if maybe when we are here in this page we are going to get a login HTML when we were calling this. Remember, we are coming from here instead of when we are not logged in already. We said we are going to call a login page. Okay, and then from then we are here in the view. Here is the login page method, which takes di as a dependency, and then we are passing, now we are calling template and we are passing some parameters and we are injecting the di container as a dependency. But this is what I wanted us to look. So there is this string login. Okay, then let's go to that class definition. Then when we arrive here, we can see this is empty and we don't mind too much about this and this array what, and then this is a dependency injection container. We know that this is array post, it's empty, and then here we've got login, that means string class. That means now this tells me the login that we're passing by there, it's a class, meaning that it must be a class name. Okay, if initial class post data, okay, here we are assigning on the initial class this one. Okay, we are assigning, we are taking post data, which is an empty array. We want, in that empty array, we want an item with the name initial class. That doesn't exist because we know that it's empty. Here is this, it's empty. Okay, we know that it's empty. If it doesn't exist, then assign an empty string here. If this doesn't exist, of which it doesn't exist, then there is an empty string. Okay, and then now this code is asking, also this is some sort of a bad programming practice. This is some sort of a dirty code. As you can see here, my code has been cleaned. There were no comments, as you can see. And also let's just talk about commenting. I think it was Uncle Bob. Let me just type here Uncle's Bob on commenting code. I just want to test something, because it was him who said, I watched one of these videos, I think around clean architecture and clean code. He said commenting, it's a bad thing. Remember, that is opinionated. Clean code, it's an opinionated subject. Everybody has got his own opinion. So Uncle Bob on comments, I just want to see if maybe I can't quickly see any message from in clean code comment by Uncle Bob. Let's just quickly check that. I think it was him, and I was watching his video when he was saying you don't have to comment your code. That means the code is not expressive. Okay, let's see. One of my best source of learning how to write clean code is the content from from Robert C. Martin, aka Uncle Bob. Okay, let's see. I want to see what he said. The purpose of comment is to explain code that cannot explain itself. As you can see, this is what Uncle Bob is saying. To explain code that doesn't explain itself. So in my approach on writing code, obviously I might not be like the best, and I'm not there yet, but I like to write. I wish I can write a code that explains itself so that it can be easier for somebody else to read. Okay, then let's just quickly check what Uncle Bob is saying. Nothing can be quite as helpful as a good comment. Nothing can be quite as obscure as a bad comment. Comments are not pure good. Comments are a last resort. The purpose, the proper use of comment is to compensate for our failure to express ourselves in code. I remember this video and what he was saying, or maybe if it's written in the book, on the book, I heard him saying it on the video. So hence I was talking about this comment. This is a code that has been commented, but let's just talk about comment in general. Let's say maybe a comment that say trying to explain this function, testing if it's empty. This is what Uncle Bob says. This is bad because it means that this code doesn't explain that if this is empty, then this is what is happening. So this code explains that, so you don't have to comment. And also he talks about a code rot, a code that lies with time or it's misleading. If I have this is testing if it's empty, then after 5 years another designer come to work on my own code, and then for some reason this has to be changed to true, and he's in a hurry. Uncle Bob says that this designer will forget to change this comment because maybe he's that guy who really doesn't comment. So that means this comment is lying, because now it's saying test if it's empty, but this one is testing if it's true or false. So I just decided to just quickly give you my 2 cents on clean code. So this is wrong. I'm not supposed to have this here if I want to write a clean code. So this was just a code that I've commented. It's not supposed to be here. It's very wrong. Okay, if this is empty, and then return str val string value new templater. As you can see, now we are jumping to a different class. Okay, meaning that there is some sort of template here. This load view class make use of a template. As you can see, this is a method template. This is not the actual class, but it's just giving us an idea that now we are starting to get into a template. Okay, new templater, and then you are passing an empty string, post data. Then again we are passing the dependency injection container. Okay, we are on load view. Then again we are passing a di container. I just want to keep track of how many times we've been passing this dependency injection container, and then maybe I will refactor this code and do it the other way. Okay, and then we are passing a class. Okay, let's see, where are we getting this class? This class is that login. Okay, it's that login. The other thing that I want to share with you when it comes to a clean code, I'm not sure if this is the right English name, but a clean code is reverse traceable. If I want to know what is in this class, I can go here and trace that. Well, if I don't know what's in there, I can go to here and trace that. If there's something that I don't know, as you can see that this is the last stage of tracing. This is a literal value. This is not a variable. Some people, this is how they write code, of which I'm not saying maybe they are wrong, but there is this. Okay, let me just what can I do? Okay, let me just start a new PHP. Also, if I'm creating a new PHP file, it will form part of this, of which that's not Ioba. I don't want to disturb my own. Okay, let me create it here outside so that I can delete it. Yeah, I think it's outside. Okay, okay, let me say functions.php. Okay, some other people, they have files like these. Okay, let's say function display something. We are not going to use this class, so even if I don't have PHP tags there, okay, function display. Okay, function display, and function display will do whatever that is supposed to do. Okay, and sometimes they have some variables here. Let's say name. Okay, name is equal to the function called get name. Okay, if you look at the internet, okay, let me just put the PHP tags here so that our code can be formatted. Okay, PHP. Okay, so as you can see, I'm assigning this get name, and here this is the function. Some people, they've got a function file here that they will make sure they include it here on the index page. Here they will include the function file so that wherever in the script, even here, when they want to use this variable name, they can just use it. Okay, let's say we are here, so that they can just use the variable name here. For instance, they might say okay, they might say username is equal to name. Where is this name coming from? Because it's already being included here. So meaning that if we are getting things under this function, everything that we involved here has gotten access to this file, because PHP treat this as one file. Okay, let me delete this so that my code cannot be dirty, and delete this one. Okay, so this method, I call it in my own in my channel. I call these magic variables and functions. I've got a video here. Let me first mute the computer so that anything that makes a noise here, it won't affect us. I have got a video in my channel where I'm explaining the magic methods and the danger. Like, to me it's a bad programming practice. Okay, the reason why I call these magic methods is because of they are not like, they don't conform to reversible tracing. I hope that's a proper English, meaning that when you trace these variables, they disappear. That's what I say in that video. When I'm tracing this class variable, I can trace it back until I get a string literal or a value where I'm assigning it. But if you've got this function that you include here, and then you have used this name here, first of all, if you want to track this name, as you can see, there is nothing highlighted here because the name is not in this function. So where are you going to start if you've just got a variable? So I call these magic variables. If you are using this function that was included here, for instance, what's the function name? The function name is display, and then somewhere in the long load view, you are saying this is equal to display. Even though this might be highlighted red saying undefined function, but it will work when, like, what can I say, when everything is loaded here, more especially if you have included this here. I'm using object-oriented programming, but if I would have been including these files, this was not going to be highlighted, and it's going to work because PHP will treat this, everything that has been included here, it will treat it as if it forms part of the same file. So I call these a magic method because you don't know where they come from. You cannot trace them back. Okay, so I wanted to also share that with you. I did try this method of coding before, to just include files, and then enjoy the freedom, of which its limitation, enjoy the freedom of just using names out of nowhere. You don't have to stress, about writing a clean code and how do you trace things back. But there was a time where I was coming back to my code, I think after 2 days, there was a lot of magic variables and function, and since then I was done with that method. Okay, so let's just quickly go to this channel and see. By the way, if you haven't subscribed, please do me a favor and subscribe. Okay, I think that video has got something to do with 23 or whatever. Let's just quickly check here. It has got something to do with 23. Maybe I will check it when I'm done with the video. Maybe it's right there at the bottom, so it's not going to be easier. And you can see there's also WordPress courses. Okay, I will come back to it when I'm finishing the video. Okay, so you must avoid I call these I don't know how other programmers call these, but when I encountered these, I was like, these are magic variable. They just disappear and appear and disappear and appear, and I cannot trace. Imagine if the person who was writing the code, cannot trace those, how can somebody else know? Okay, now let's continue. Now we are getting into the template. Okay, did we load the template? Let's close this because we don't want it. At the same time, let's delete it so that my code can be clean, because really I don't need it. Where is the function? I don't need this. Okay, and then we were here on load view, and then on load view we were loading template. Okay, as you can see, we are creating a return value. We are creating a new template, which is another class. Okay, let me push this, which is another class, and then we are passing some variable and we are passing login here. Okay, di container, we are still passing it down. Okay, let's go to another file, go to template. The other thing that I want to tell you is that object-oriented programming comes with a little price of a certain admin. There is a lot of administration here. As you can see, one might feel like this is too many files, and remember, there is a shortcut to it. And I think in this video in my channel, I'm calling it what do I call it? This video has been I did it long time ago. I think I call it window shopping, and the idea is it's not window shopping, it's shelf picking. Yeah, it's shelf picking. It's like when you in a shop, you don't have to consult somebody if you want to pick an item from the shelf. For instance, let's say you were shopping and you saw a beautiful sneaker. Usually, if you are happy with it and you are happy with the size, you just pick the sneaker. So there is another method to coding besides let's say this object oriented programming thing, which is that one. When you are here on index, okay, let me just open this. When you are here on index and you want the login page, you can just go to the script that has got the login page. Okay, let me just move this. In my case, the login page, it's on UI components. Just a moment, where is UI components? UI components and login page. It's possible that you can jump from here and include this method. I call it shelf picking, because this is you as a client code on this index. You are picking a sneaker, which is also this. I don't need it. I think I use this for explaining something in the course or as I'm teaching. Okay, so as you are here on index, you can pick this login, because this is the login that is going to be loaded as a view. You can just quickly pick it. There is no one, you don't even need no one. If this is a sneaker, login sneaker, let's say that's a brand and you like it and it fits and you want to buy it, you can just pick it here. Versus ordering online. When you are ordering online, you can't just pick something. First of all, it's not around. You are at home and the shop is somewhere in a different country or whatever, different location. So meaning that you have to go to your app, you have to sign up, you have to make an order, you must make the payment. Do you see that admin? This is the admin that I talk about when it comes to object-oriented programming. But that admin prevents a lot of things. It makes your life easier in the future, because if you can do that admin of logging in and putting everything That means next time you can just log into the app and buy whatever you want to buy wherever you are. You save the cost of going physically to a location, and also with that admin done, you can even order something like in another country, in USA, in Alibaba, in China, even if you are here. But someone who is used to shelf picking, to pick things on the shelf, they can't go to China just to buy a sneaker, maybe if they are super rich. But this idea of an admin, obviously when you are starting, it looks like complicated, but believe me, with object-oriented programming, this is a necessary admin. So I was just trying to say, now we are on, like, I'm not sure, on the fourth or the third file, which is templater. The only thing that we are trying to do here is very simple. We are trying to load this page. That's it. But we are going through a lot. As you can see, it's been a while since I've been explaining, but I haven't reached where I'm going yet. So this is some sort of an admin that comes with object-oriented programming. But believe me, this object-oriented programming, it's needed by the industry, it's needed by companies. Companies are looking for somebody who has got this administration, because even if that person can resign, the other developer can quickly join and follow through that admin. But if there is no admin, that means they must keep that person forever, and that's a problem. Let's continue. So we are here on another file now, templater. Okay, this is the constructor for templater. What is a constructor? A constructor is a function or a method that is called automatically when this class is being instantiated. As soon as on a calling code, which is a client code, as soon as you hit new templater, this will be called automatically, and it will receive these parameters. Okay, here is our dependency injection container. We are receiving it here. Okay, let me test something. What is this called in programming? It's not typecasting. I think it's what is this? I forgot about it now, but I will remember the term. As you can see here, I think it's typecasting. Here I'm always telling the program that I want to receive this type of an object, not the other one. So meaning that here in my code I've got a lot of classes. Let's say I also got load view, you see. So when it's type hinting. Yes, it's type hinting, not typecasting. So when I'm applying the type hinting technique, I'm telling the program, I'm telling the PHP engine that when I'm receiving this item, I want it strictly to be this type, so that in case somebody might make a mistake, or I might make a mistake of throwing in here a wrong object, this will throw an error, so that it cannot be too late, or the program will go in and execute things and then throw in an error later. So also this is important. As you can see here, I'm telling this is an array, this is a string. I'm not just receiving an anonymous variable. If there is a place where I'm receiving this as in some sort of, I don't type hint it, then I have to fix it. It's wrong. It's a bad programming practice. Okay, so the only important thing here, we can just say it's this class, the string class, which is login at the moment. Okay, now we've got injected injected HTML is equal to the initial HTML. Okay, let me just give you an idea of this template. Okay, this templating class, this is the beauty of I'm not sure, advanced object oriented programming or advanced programming in general. Okay, instead of applying the shelf picking technique, what is shelf picking? This is an index class. The index class is calling directly what? It's calling directly a login page. From index, you call it login page. This is what we are not doing. This is easy, yes, but we are a little bit advanced. We want to be better programmers. So what we do, I'm explaining the templater. We create a templater class. Number one, what does the templater class deals with mostly? What is its use Okay, single responsibility is to manipulate HTML documents that are loaded. Okay, let's say, let me choose green, not for this one. Okay, this is a templater class. Okay, let me leave it as green as it is. Okay, this is a templater class, and then this templater class works with HTMLs. This is a group of HTML. This is login. This is what can I say? This is a navigation bar, HTML, and whatever. This is just a bunch of HTML pages. And remember, in terms of the single responsibility, these are only pure HTML. They are only pure HTML. They don't have a certain code. Okay, let me, okay, and then from then, this template, okay, this is a templater class, and then from then I have got which color can I choose? I have got a skeleton here. Okay, that's not okay. Let me click here. I have got a skeleton here. Okay, in the skeleton of mine, where is the fill color? Wish I can get the fill color, fill with color, but I'm not sure if it's working. That's not what I want, but let me just leave it anyway. I will use a gray. Okay, this is some sort of a skeleton here. This is a template, an HTML skeleton. Okay, this skeleton, for instance, let's say it has got a navigation bar, then inside here it has got a section, and then let's say it has got suggested videos, features for suggested videos. These are suggested videos here. So one may ask, is this a view? No, this is a view template. Also, I must some sort of rename things here so that this can be clear. Okay, this is what we are saying. This is a view template. The color is wrong, sorry about that. At least black color will do. This is a view template. It's HTML. Okay, this is a template. It's more like a structure. Let's say this is a container, a div, this is an empty div, this is an empty div, this is an empty div, but these divs are in these positions. CSS makes sure that it controls these divs to remain where they are. What is inside this div? These divs are just placeholders. Okay, so when I'm using this class, I'm not sure how can I twist the font here. When I'm using this class templater, the templater class, which is PHP, obviously it deals with HTML. That's its responsibility. Okay, it deals with HTML, but it's mainly a PHP class. It uses PHP to achieve whatever manipulation. Okay, so this class receives, if this is confusing, guys, please you can ask me anything. You can what can I say, watch the video all over again. Obviously it's not easy to explain these things because there's a lot of things to explain, but I hope you are getting there. I hope you are learning. Also, even if you are new into programming, but this will set you up for understanding how to think about these things so that you can create an application that is easy to maintain and it doesn't stress you every time. So this template has got some rules. The templater, it must receive a template. What is a template? It's this one. Okay, and then also it must receive pieces. Even though it's receiving those in terms of names or references, it doesn't receive them physically, but it must receive some sort of a list of small views to be injected in the template. Okay, let me do it like this. Okay, I hope you are following along. Okay, it must receive names, a list of names. a list of names to substitute. Okay, as you can see, this is our template. Okay, let me just quickly do some numbering. I hope I'm going to this is going to be small. Okay, so the templater class, what it does, it receives a master template, which is this one. Let me just write this. This is interesting. It receives a master template. This is HTML template. And then what it will also receive a list of these things. It's these ones. It's taking them from here. Let me just write. Let me use this. Is it the same? Yeah, I think it's this one. These pieces, where is it going to pick these pieces? This is a list of names of views, but where is it going to pick these views? These are the views. It's going to pick these views from here. Okay, I hope you get this. Okay, so now this templater receives a HTML skeleton as a string and receive a list of classes to substitute to feed into these places. What are we trying to do here? Number one, we are trying to make sure that we are sticking to good programming practices by creating loosely coupled code. As you can see here, in these sections, we might have, let me just write, this might be a login HTML. The color, sorry about that. This might be a login HTML, this one, and then the other one might be, as I've said, a nav bar, a navigation bar, meaning that, let's say in our code we've got, when you press something, you use a different navigation bar when you want to. For instance, this one might be a side navigation bar that will pop in here, and the other navigation bar might be the one that sits on top. But what I'm trying to say, these are different views. It's not like I'm in index, I'm choosing the view that I want to know. This is more like it's tightly coupled going straight here. What if here I want to load something different? That means you have to go into the code and change those things, not in this structure. So go back to the explanation. This templater class will receive a string that contains a template of HTML. There is some sort of empty variables here. Okay, let me just make an example, a clear example. Where is my text now? Where can I get a text? I'm lost here. Okay, here there is a placeholder, a variable, a string, maybe that says what can I say, midsection. I wish I can increase. Yes, this is where I can increase the font. Very good. This is nice. I'm happy with this. Okay, good. That's what I want. I'm not a specialist in Paint. It's been a while since I've last used it. Okay, in this container there is only this string. So this guy here, templater, knows that I have to search for this string and I have to replace this string as instructed with, as you can see, this is a list of names. Here in the middle there is this string. I must replace this string with another HTML string, which might be login, it might be navbar, it might be whatever. So what if maybe we want to change this layout? In here we want to put something else. That's simple. We are going to tell the templater that in this string it must replace it now with navbar. Next time it can replace it with login. Next time it can replace it with whatever. I hope you get the idea of, number one, having your code being loosely coupled and also sticking to the MVC pattern, because as you can see, these are the views and they are only views. It's just pure HTML. You can take this HTML and put it here, it will work. Take this HTML and put it here, it will work. It's not going to break because there is a class or PHP thing attached to it. It's like an entity unto itself. So this class, what it does, it's more like a template injector or something, or generator. It takes a template and it populates things according to what it receives. What if maybe we want to put this login view here? We can do that. We can change things here and tell that now on this position it must substitute that with this one, and then that HTML is going to be rendered as if it's like one page, whereas it's not one page. I hope you get that. Now let's go back to the templater. Okay, where we are. Okay, okay, this is the constructor of the templater. Okay, now this master template, as you can see here, is a variable for it. I'm still not happy about my variable naming here, so please forgive me. I wrote this as injected HTML. When something is being injected, it's being taken and injected, whereas to be honest, what this thing does, it does the opposite. It's the one that you inject the HTML in. It's more like it's receiving than being the one that is received. So maybe I have to change this. Obviously I have to change it to a better name, but the injected HTML is this one. It's this one. It's a template because things will be injected in it. So it's an HTML that contains these strings, this code. This code will be replaced by this templater and put all the corresponding views. Okay, so first of all, when we are using a templater, you must tell it that this is a structure that you must populate, fill in. Then where does it get that? It gets this from here. So this initial HTML, it's your first HTML, like your ground, your initial HTML. You start from this template. You start from this template. Okay, then let's continue. If this template is empty, what does that mean? I hope you also guessed it, that if this is empty, that means we are interested in loading a view directly without a template. Do you see that this is more like being advanced in a way, trying to make sure that in the future, when it comes to doing whatever, we do it very simple, nice and easy and straight to the point. So let me just give you draw a curve, like for software. When you are starting developing a system, the curve looks like this. It's no, this is wrong. Okay, the curve looks like what? Okay, it looks like this. When you are starting, you do a lot of things, you write a lot of classes. A client might complain and be like, why are you not done? Why things are not happening? You are still setting up the structure. You are starting your application. This is where quick guys, they encounter a technical debt. A technical debt in programming, it's when you have done something very, very quick and don't change it. And as time goes by, you know in your heart that this is wrong. Somehow this will come back to me, but you don't fix it. And when it comes back to you, the debt comes back multiplied, because you knew that at some point I need to change this thing. So to do things right when you are starting a project here, it takes time. Some other guys might do it quicker and the client might favor them to be like, look, this guy did this and he's very quick on doing changes. First of all, you must set things up. Then now, as time goes by, as soon as your things become stable, your code becomes stable, then you start to have a working templated working engine. Now when the client wants changes, you can quickly deliver on changes. When the client wants this, you can quickly this. When you want to add a feature, you don't go up and down the code, you can quickly add the feature. Now this becomes a solid and a stable thing, and it's very easier for you to do things now because you know where things are and you can swap things around without wasting a lot of time. Then there is a guy who's coding from home who's saying, no, this is the bad way. You see, with let's say the name of this guy is Rajesh or Matthew or MC. You see, MC can quickly do this thing. With MC, we're already done. We've got minimum viable product and we're already working. This is where we are. And then now C is receiving some request on changing things, and he's hiring different developers, and those developers are fighting. The code is spaghetti. Soon C starts to underperform, because as you can see, with time he will lose the project, or the project has to crash because has got a poor architecture. And this stress employees, because you will plug in a developer and think that the developer is not productive, whereas your code it's bad. And this is bad, guys. In real life, people are getting into depression because the manager or the tech lead or the owner or whoever, the employer want things to be done, and the developer doesn't cope because this is bad architecture. Okay, I hope you get the point. If you feel like this video is adding value, please share it with other guys that you know they need it, and also they want to know this information. And also, please don't forget and be kind, go back to my channel and see what you can do. But the best thing you can do for me is to subscribe and also share the video. Okay, let's continue. Where were we? Okay, so we've got the initial class. So if this is empty, that means this guy is interested in loading the view directly. I think this is where we are starting to do what the quick developer did, the lazy developer did here, to just jump straight to login. But us, we only jump straight to login when there is no template here. Then we can load, we can go directly, let's say from here, and load the login because there is no template. Let's do that. Okay. Okay, we are assigning here the final HTML. There's no need. Okay, now here we are going to go to else. Okay, now we are getting into a loop. Okay, for each, that means we are looping for each what? For each view controllers. Let's go and check which are the view controllers. Okay, it's these ones. For each view controllers, the ones that we don't have at the moment as view controller, that will mean okay, I think my logic, I'm missing something here. I'm missing something here. Sorry, let's just quickly go back, because my mind is telling me that if we have a list of things to substitute, it will mean that for each of these sections, in this section we must substitute a view with something. In this section we must substitute a view with something. In this section we must substitute a view with something. As you can see, whenever we are dealing with for each, it's supposed that we are dealing with a template that exists. Without this template, we are supposed to go directly to a view and load it, of which here, based on what I'm saying, it looks like I've got things twisted, because this code loads directly the view. As you can see that it loads the class, it's login, and then here this loads the view directly. Okay, but this one, it's looping through that template for each view section that is here, then loop through it and replace these things accordingly. Put your login here, put your navbar here, put your HTML what here, and then render this as a string back to the calling code. Where is that? Okay, this controller for each of these things, this dot final. Okay, this is the final string. Okay, even though here I'm not returning it back, I don't really know why, but I'll refactor that. But this is what I'm trying to say. Let's go back here and see this condition. Maybe we might have missed something here, because now I find myself here, whereas what I'm doing here is not what is in my mind. Okay, let's just quickly go back. Okay, with us, we don't have the initial HTML, it's empty. Okay, the only thing that we have here in these parameters, it's the di container and this class. Okay, that's the only thing that we have. Now let's come back. We are assigning this to here injected HTML. Here is it. Okay, I'm happy with that. If, oh, now I see. Okay, now I see. Okay, if this is empty, okay, I don't know how I got here. My apologies about that. Maybe I'm a bit tired, but I have to be only tired when I'm done explaining, so I can't be tired. I also don't need to save anything. Okay, if this template, this one, if controllers, let's see, okay, let me go back again. This is an array. Let's go back to where we were calling this. Looks like I'm confused, okay, but I will make sure that I unconfuse myself. So this is what we go through as developers. Maybe there is a better way to do this, but at the moment this is how I do it. Let's go back to where we were calling this template. Okay, let's see where we are saying new template. Okay, now it looks like okay, let me just go back here and see where am I referencing this. Okay, let's say template. I don't want to go to definition, I want to go to references. Okay, class template. Where else? Let me go to another reference. Okay, this is the only reference. Okay, that's not a problem. Let me be smart and use our Visual Studio Code thing and say new template. Then I found it. Okay, I am here in the load view and I'm creating a new template class. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this. Okay, I want to track the second variable, which is this one. Okay, I've got the empty one and I've got this one. Let's come here, new template. This initial string is empty. As you can see, there is a problem here. Okay, at the moment the code works, but that doesn't mean this is correct. Okay, it's a minor, what do we call these errors? There are errors. Okay, in programming there are syntax errors and there are logical errors. Logical errors don't break the code, but they produce wrong result. It's more like they are hidden, the logical errors. The program can work, but as time goes by you might pick up that there is a problem. So here I've got a logical error. At the moment it's working because whatever array that I've passed here, when you are asking if is that array empty, yes, it becomes empty and we load directly the login controller. But as you can see here, if we can copy this, okay, if we can copy this instruction where we are creating an instance of this class here, okay, here, let me put it here underneath, okay, and comment it. Tap a little bit or back. Okay, as you can see here, this string it's empty because we are not going to use a template. There is no initial HTML. This is an array. Okay, this is an array. What is wrong with this? Number one, okay, here I'm passing it. Okay, I'm passing this array, but looking at this name, this array and this one are different. They are only the same because when you are getting into this code, when it's your first time, you are not sending any post data because this is a get method, so it will never have any post things because it's your first time, you didn't post anything. And for that matter, this method is a get method, so the post data will always be empty. Hence this code is working. But this is wrong because I'm not supposed to pass the post data here. Maybe I was lazy and quickly shoved a post data since I know that it's empty. So maybe if I were to fix this, what would be the best way of doing it? That means I have to trace the code back, and then from then at some certain stage I have to pass an empty, what can I say? I have to pass an empty array, and also I have to make this meaningful because this is view controllers. These are view controllers, not post data. Okay, but as you can see, as I'm telling you that here this will be empty. Okay, let's just quickly do a very small trace. We're not going to be long. We want to know from here, I'm calling new template, where am I getting this? Okay, as you can see, this is not a magic variable. I can trace it back to the post data. So initial class is equal to post data. Okay, on that post data, I'm looking for initial class. Okay, if I don't have, of which in our case we don't have this, this will be empty. Initial class will be empty. Okay, if initial class is empty, come here. Okay, that means I don't get post data here. Here I'm using the post data. Let's go back. As you can see, this is where I'm receiving a post data. It's an array. Is it empty? Yes, but it's not supposed to be called a post data even though it's empty. So as you can see, if I want to trace it back, I can trace it back until I find it, but the video is going to be too long. Maybe I'm going to do it on another video, but I hope you are learning something here. When I want to trace it, believe me, I can trace it until I find it without a hassle. I'm not going to reach a stage where it just disappears and I don't know where it is. So let's just continue knowing that this is a get method, so all post variables will be empty. Okay, now let's go to here. Okay, so let's ask again, is this empty? Of course it's empty because it's this post data. Is this array is going to be empty? Then if this array is empty, then controller is equal to class controller, meaning that now we are going to take login underscore controller. Okay, so this will yield here login, okay, login underscore controller. Okay, login underscore controller. As you can see, why now are we involving controllers whereas we are supposed, okay, let me just, guys, sorry about that, let me just remove things that I'm putting here for the sake of explaining. Okay, because this is my production code, if I can be honest. Okay, what else? This is supposed to be here. What is it that is not supposed to be here? It's this one. Okay, this, I'm using my production code and I think I didn't back this up. Let me save and see. Oh, this is not supposed to be commented. My apologies about this, but we are back on track. Okay, we are back on track. Okay, now here we are creating this login controller because we know that in our class variable that is here we've got login. Okay, then this login controller, why now are we getting into controllers? Remember, in the MVC pattern, what can I say? I don't think I'm going to use this. I can highlight everything and delete it. In the MVC pattern, we've got the models, we've got the view, and we've got the controller. Remember, the MVC doesn't dictate on how to use it, but it's just there to help you as a pattern. Okay, so this is the controller. Whenever you create a new controller, it means that this controller will talk to a model to get the database information that is needed for this view, and when it's done that, it will then load this view, and then you will see the view here. So once we get into the controller, that means we are very close into loading a view. If this view needs a database, it will organize all the information from that and then take it back and then prepare it so that it can present it to the view. Okay, that's why now we are having controller login controller, because the system in its entirety doesn't communicate directly to the views. It doesn't directly communicate with the views. Where is my login? Okay, let me just quickly show you. This is my login UI component. As you can see, it has got a controller. What's the name of that controller? Voila, it's login controller. So this is the controller that will facilitate communicating with what? With this view. So we are very close, guys. We are about to get into the main thing, which is just loading the login page, and that login page is HTML. So when we have got that, this is empty because we don't have a template, a UI template, and then from then we are going to assign some sort of this controller to that class name. Then this final HTML, which is this is a variable that sits let's say that is forms as a property of this class. We are using this variable is equal to string value. All HTML, what can I say, elements, they are strings. For instance, if you look at this, these headings and h1 and everything, they start to become a code when they are here in the DOM. But behind the scene, for instance, this, oh my god, okay, behind the scene, this is just a string. This h3, this is just a string. So that's why on PHP we are only having string and we are manipulating strings. Okay, so we are saying that this value, this variable string value is equal to new controller. Do you see now we are instantiating this class of controllers? We are coming here. This is where we are going. Okay, new controller, which is the class that we are passing in, its login. What type of information are we going to get back? Okay, please guys, bear with me if this looks complicated. Just learn what you can learn from it, but believe me, you will learn a lot from what we are doing here. You will get an understanding of an MVC pattern, how is it practically implemented, and also how do you organize your own code. Okay, we are saying this is a new controller and we are passing, as you can see, we are still passing the dependency injection container. At the moment we haven't used it. I don't remember us using it at the moment because this UI didn't really need anything from that dependency injection container. I don't remember us calling something. In fact, it will be used by any class that communicates to the database, because maybe it will get a get database class. Okay, but let's just continue for now. Okay, what I was trying to explain is we've got a controller here. Now I want to explain this new controller, this view class, and also this view and this dependency injection container. Okay, the controller will be talking to a database class, okay, which is the model, and this is the view. Okay, so the controller, according to this system, the first thing that it needs, this is a new controller, it needs a class name. Okay, why does it need a class name, a string called login in our case? Because in models, the models are named the same way. If we have got login underscore controller, there is also login underscore model. So meaning that anything that relates to the view login, it's login underscore view. If it's a controller for it, it's going to login underscore controller. If it's a model for it, it's going to be a login underscore model. So the controller needs to know the main class that we are dealing with, so that it can, in itself, it can do exactly the same thing. Instead of attaching controller, it will underscore attach the view. That's how it will know it must load this view. If it wants to get the database for this view, it will just say model login underscore model, and then it will create a new model. So where are those files? Here are those files. Okay, we are getting there, guys. Please be patient. I hope you are learning. Okay, this is a controller. Okay, so if the controller wants to load a model, it will just take that login and put underscore and load this model. The model will organize all the database information needed for this view. If it wants to some sort of load the actual HTML, it doesn't communicate directly to this HTML. It's not aware of it. It's only aware of the login underscore view PHP, which is it will load this. I hope you get the idea why there is a class first, which is the same login that we've used here, and there is a view. This variable, it's telling the controller the overall output that we want. It's going to be a view. You are going to render a view. Okay, why must we specify the type of data that we want? Okay, let's say we are here in the code. Remember, now we are using an MVC pattern. We are here in the code. Okay, let me just type something. I hope this is not going to make the video long unnecessarily, but obviously I have to test it so that you can have like practically how these things work. And also that is what I'm all about, and this channel is all about, is for us, me and you, to become better developers by doing practical things. Okay, now remember I said to you this is a get method and this one it's a post method. Now the system is asking me, please enter your email address. Okay, let's say I enter my actual email address. When I'm clicking send here, this is a post method. In this type of request, even though it's a post request, but I'm not expecting to get back an HTML that I will render on the DOM. I want to what can I say? I want to first perform a task. I'm not expecting to get, what can I say? Let's say when I'm getting this email, based on what is going to be done here, as you can see what is being done now. Please bear with me, even though this is saying this has not been saved, but actually the process has been saved, and my email has been saved, and also the confirmation code has been sent, as I've told you that I'm busy modifying this system to make it functional, to make it better, applying solid principle and design patterns. So when I'm triggering this action, I'm not expecting to come back an HTML rendered, but I want something to be done. I want something to be done here. As you can see, here is the code from coded design. As you can see, here is my verification code, and if I want to proceed, I can click this link. As you can see, click this link, and then I'm going to be taken to coded design to verify my email. As you can see, string, this is the email address. Sorry man, this is the code that I have sent, and the email address that was verifying this, it's this one, it's in the database. Okay, also here, as you can see, I'm testing something, so that's why this screen, where is it? This screen gave an error of the database not saved. The system sends back a Boolean value. It's supposed to do that and send true to JavaScript, and then JavaScript will do whatever based on true or false. But because of me, I'm busy behind the scene, as you can see, displaying unnecessary information. So now the system is not stable. As you can see, this is not supposed to be there. And also, what else? As you can see here, this is a good information, but here this is me checking after I've called a certain function what is inside this what. As you can see, this is not, so that's why it looks like it says didn't save to the database, whereas it saves and it continues. But what I was trying to say is that in this function, I was not interested in getting back HTML. I wanted to ask something from the system, meaning that, did you send the email? Then what must come back is true when everything is done. Do you see that now we have to, as much as this is the view, okay, as much as this is the view, and also this is the model. Okay, sorry about that. This is the model, this is the view, and this is the model, and the controller is the mastermind behind. controller. Okay, when the view sends a request to the controller, it needs to tell the controller what type of information do you want to get back. This request automatically request an HTML login page automatically, of which how do we represent that? This is what tells the controller that we are interested in getting back HTML. Whatever you are getting back to us, render it as a string value and send it back, because HTML is just string. Okay, what if maybe we want to send what can I say? Let me show you instead of talking about it. Let me show you. This is the screen called this screen I think is called verify. Let's just go back to one of our screens here. Let's go to the login screen, because I'm 100% sure about the login screen. Let's go to the JavaScript of the login screen. Okay, let's go to the JavaScript of the login screen. If we are here, where is view? This is the JS. Let's just take this to here. Okay, let's check login, the event login. Okay, here we are triggering a login event. Let's look when this JavaScript is communicating with the server and what it sends as a info. You see, expected UI response. This is a post method. As you can see, it's not a get method, and this is interested in getting back a boolean value, even though the boolean value is going to be the string. When it's done getting it, it have to decide if the data that has been sent back is true, as you can see. So the user interface, whenever it's sending a request, any request that is being sent to the controller, you need to indicate what are you hoping to get back, so that the controller can format the information in such a way that you can be able to use it. Okay, so that's why we've got a view here. So when we are asking something, we will tell the controller that we are interested in getting a boolean value. That means we are asking, is this user authenticated or not? If it's true, then they can log into the back end. If not, they cannot log in. Okay, so this is, I can close this one. Okay, I hope this is clear. We are calling a controller, the login controller, okay, which is this one, is equal to new. Here we are going to replace this controller with this word new login controller. That means it's a class instantiated. After that, we will pass a class which is login only, a string, and then we want a view. The overall return value must be an HTML, and we are giving you the dependency injection container. Then let's go to, since now this is a variable, we can't go to definition, because the definition of this variable will be declaring the variable. So the actual function name, which is this one, it's hidden. It will mean that we have to go to the login controller manually without using Visual Studio Code. So let's go there manually. Where is my UI container? Okay, here is my UI components. I'm looking for login, and I'm looking for login controller. Now I think we're on the 5th file. We didn't display anything. Too much administration, yes, but it's a good programming practice. When we want to change things here, we can come here and do whatever we want with this HTML without breaking the whole system. Instead of putting everything in one place, and then even if I want to change this, then I have to break the back end and the database thing. Okay, so be patient, we are getting there. Here we are creating a new class of controller. It extend an abstract controller. What does this mean? This means that this is inheritance, meaning that this controller has got a lot of code that it will inherit from the parent class. All controllers do so. Okay, they inherit the majority of the code, 90% of the code from here. So even though you might see this as a small class, there is a lot that is being done by its parent. Okay, we're not going to get there at this moment. So when we get here, remember I said that most of the code is done here. Okay, if this UI needs a database, this is the function that will do that. Prepare database. Okay, where is this function sitting? It's sitting in the parent class, and this parent class, it's used by a lot of controllers, but they are using one parent class. So that's the advantage of object-oriented programming. So whenever we are talking about this prepared data, meaning that in the controller, remember I said this is login controller. Yes, I was right, but this login controller extends. It's like it's an extension of a template for controllers. So this template for controllers will only talk to the database when this extending controller needs so. At this point in time, this one doesn't really need that, but the function must be here anyway. Okay, as you can see, this .db data, do you get what I'm going to say? So this is how this controller gets the database data, but unfortunately, or luckily for us, this controller doesn't need database information, but some other controllers, they do, just like the login controller. The login controller will communicate to the database, okay, because it needs the information from the database. But what am I saying? If I'm saying the login controller does need, and I'm in the login and it doesn't need, there is something wrong with what I'm saying. Okay, the controller that really needs to connect to the database, this one, it's a login controller, yes, but we are just displaying HTML as it is. Okay, then this controller, when we are pressing this, okay, I know you might be confused, but I hope I'm going to explain what I mean. When we are already in login, the first request, we only want HTML. I hope that is clear. When do we then want the database in the login, let's say, controller? It's only when we are clicking here, login. Do you see now this is a different, what can I say, request? This was a get request, getting to the controller UI, and it doesn't need to connect to the database because we only want to display. But as soon as we click an event and we ask for something, it means that now this JavaScript sitting here will generate a request. It's going to be the post. Where is it? It's going to be a post request, and it's going to send get database data. The destination, it's looking for a password method, and also it wants a boolean. So obviously now this is not going to make sense, but later I will explain. But when we are loading only HTML, we don't really connect to a database. This is HTML, this is hard-coded, this is hard-coded, this is hard-coded. There's no variable here. There is nothing that comes from the database. Okay, so let's continue. Where were we? Okay, we were done with templater. We were somewhere here in this controller, and it was inheriting a lot of things. Okay, let's continue and see. As you can see, this controller doesn't do much. Okay, now it means that we have to go to the abstract controller, which is the parent class. So this is the advantage of object-oriented programming. It's more like we are having a parent class that will be modified by child classes. Some other child classes will make use of the database. Some others won't make use of the database. So this is some sort of what we are doing here. Okay, let me even fit this in here. We've got a class that is more like a big parent class, and then we've got these small controllers that will select what they need from here, use it when they want to, and don't use it when they don't want to. Okay, So what we did, we have just looked at these classes, registration, email verification, and we were like, what is the functionality that they all need, so that we can take that functionality and put it here. Okay, if you ever heard of the concept which is called same difference, that's what we are applying here. What is the same between all these different types of views or requests or whatever? We put all that here, and then what is different with them, whatever that is different with them, we will put it here. So we've got one code that we can just go here and change, and it will work for all the controllers, be it it's a controller for a login, be it it's a controller for a what. Okay, now let's go back to this one. It's an abstract controller. Obviously I'm going to jump that step because it's more like it's just abstract. As you can see, this is an abstract. You see there is no much of a code. Also I have to remove this code here that I'm not using. As you can see, this is just an abstract. It's more like I can say it's a template. It doesn't actually do the actual work. What does the actual work though? Let's see. Okay, this is the abstract controller. Okay, let me see, does it really do the work? Oh, okay, it does the work. Okay, I was confusing it with the interface. Okay, sorry about that. My mind was like I'm coming into the interface. As you can see, an interface just sets the contract. As you can see, the interface does nothing. It just tells these guys that you must have this function, you must have this one, and you must have this one. So I'm sorry about that. So this abstract controller is the one that we are looking for. So what it does, when it's being instantiated, this function will be called, and this is a default constructor. Okay, let's now put these side by side. Okay, I think we can be able to continue without it. We've got a class here, remember the one that we said is login. We've got a return type. What type of information that's going to be returned? In our case it was a view, but it will be important if I can put that here. I think here is it. Okay, here is it. So that, okay, let me copy this. Okay, and then put it here and comment it. Okay, put it here and comment it. Okay, let's see. Tap a little bit. I hope you guys are learning. Please do me a favor, subscribe and share this information to somebody that might need it. Okay, so when we get here, we've got new controller, which is we are instantiating the place that we are at. We've got a class which is login. What is the return type? We are expecting to get a view. This is a dependency injection container. So as you can see, we are all set. We've got login and we've got the return type. Okay, now again we are taking that dependency injection container, we are assigning it to a variable here so that we can use it into this class. This one is not that much important, we are carrying it through, and it looks like we are going to finish this cycle or request without even using that dependency container. But remember, some other controllers, they use it. Okay, and then from there, let's see what we are doing. This dot model class, do you see now we are starting to get into the database? Dot model class is equal to class which is login underscore model, and then here we are return data from the database. When this view needs a database, this is what is going on. This dot load model, then you put the database information. This is my first time and it's necessary for me to use a magic variable. What is a magic variable? It's a variable that you cannot trace. It's my first time, and this is part of the architecture of the application. What does that mean? It means that the controllers have a right to set their own DB data variable. Here is the DB data variable. As you can see, it's a public variable. They need to set it so that they can tell, this login can tell the parent container that I am going to use the database. Meaning that if you don't set this as this controller doesn't really set anything inside this, so it means that I'm not going to connect to the database. So how does this happen? We are using in this class a variable that has not been declared. That's why Visual Basic or Visual Studio is telling us. But in terms of the actual PHP program, when we are inheriting from this class, you know what it means? It means that this class and this one, they are joined as one class. As much as us, from what we see, we are looking at login controller and abstract controller as if this is a different class and this one is a different class. If we can trace this line, like from this part up to this one, we will find out when PHP is executing this, it treats this inheritance as one class, taking all the information that was from the parent class and taking all the information that was from the child class, and then treats this as one. This means that if the child container has got a value called DB data and it has been assigned, the parent also can gain access to that variable as long as it's public. I know it looks complicated, but please keep on and learn about object-oriented programming and inheritance. So this is that value here, the DB data, when we need the data. In our case, we are not going to where we were. Okay, we are not going to use this because this doesn't connect to the database. Okay, let's just go here. Okay, if the returned type is data, we can only echo this dot return data. When we are interested in getting data from the database, we are going to return this. Remember, this is not returned to, okay, this is returned to the actual user interface. If this is true, there is in the app layer in the application will take this true and convert it to string and send it back to the controller class. If it's void, the returned value is void. Void happens when an instruction is just going to be executed, when instructions are going to be executed without any returned value. It means that things are just going to be done just like here. Okay, and then if the returned value is view, then as you can see, HTML view is equal to this dot render view. Let's quickly go to render view. We are passing a class and this dot returned data, meaning that this is the data that the class will use. It's coming from the database. As you can see, the controller is preparing the data. It is the one that connected to the database when necessary, and it will take that data and will push it to the view. Okay, and then let's just go to render view and see. Sorry about that. Go to definition, look at render view. We are receiving a string class, returned data params. Here I didn't, what can I say, I didn't do the type hinting. I didn't say this is going to be a string. The reason why, it's because the returned data type varies. Sometimes we might be, let's say if the request wants a boolean, this is going to be a boolean. If the request wants an array, this is going to be an array. This is some of the things or some of the places where I just have to bypass that rule, because to be honest, I am not sure. Many requests will need different types of information. Okay, Then we are rendering a view here, so returned data is equal to returned param and whatever. We can skip this. The reason why also I don't have power at the moment in South Africa, we've got something called load shedding. The whole entire city might run out of power, and that's it for a certain time, and then it will come back. Enough about that, let's continue. Okay, so class is equal to class, which is the login underscore view. Now we are getting closer into views now. Okay, we are getting closer into the views. Okay, after we've got this class underscore view, and then we ask if not is array returned data. As you can see, we are checking if the returned data is not an array, then returned data is equal to, we assign the returned data. Okay, otherwise the return data is not an array, then we are going to say return new class. What is inside here? It's login, new login. The login class has a method called render HTML and pass return data. If we don't have return data, obviously this is going to be empty. So this is where we are going to the login view class. So let's just quickly go to the login view class. Login view class view. Okay, here is it, the login underscore view class, and we are passing the data that we have received from the database. Unfortunately for us, this class doesn't make use of any data because it doesn't need the data. Okay, view directory is equal to view, which is now this render HTML method of this view class. It's the one, so this login view class is the only class that deals directly with HTML. As you can see, that loads the actual HTML. This HTML, if it happens that it needs information from the database, it will receive it through this view data. As you can see, when it needs it, it can use it. Why? Maybe somebody might ask, why are you having this structure that has got a lot of things that this view doesn't need? You do connect to the database, but this view doesn't need. Point in case, what if maybe we might have to connect to a database when it's our first time to load here? For instance, let's say we are loading what just like YouTube. When you get into YouTube, it doesn't ask you to log in, it loads information. So having this structure works for us, because if the client, let's say, might ask us to load something, guess what's going to happen? We're not going to go to the code and change it. We are just going to change the controller so that here there will be something from the database and we can decide here what to do with it. Okay, and then here we are getting file.getContent, we are getting this login.html. as you can see here, this is the only, where am I? I'm lost, and the reason why I'm lost, I'm rushing because the battery is going to die. Okay, but it's going to warn us before. Not sure if I must save or must just not save. Okay, so login controller, nope, that's not what I want. Oh, what I have closed is actually what I was looking for. Okay, let's go back. Looks like the more you are in a hurry, the more you make mistakes. Okay, classes, abstract classes, I want abstract controller. Okay, so this render method of the view, then as we are calling it here, this is login controller. Okay, it looks like I'm lost, but I am going to get back on track. We were here on the controller, we created a new login, and we want to render HTML method. Okay, that means we are here then, if that's the case. Isn't this login? Okay, no. Okay, let's just go to login again. Okay, here is the view. Okay, this is where we were. So now we are communicating directly to that HTML. We are loading it. Then when we are done loading it, we will return it back as a string. Okay guys, that means I have to quickly pause the video. We will return this as a string, and that's it. It will be loaded here. I have to quickly close the video so that I can stop it. Thank you so much for watching. See you on the next one. In this video, I want us to talk about 10 masterpieces of web application. As I am becoming a better developer, as I'm trying hard to learn new things from my own teaching and my own content, and also from other developers channel and Stack Overflow and Google, I'm starting to see a certain school of thought or a framework of thinking, and that is to think strategically than technically. Obviously, when we are new into coding, you are bound to look for the technical part of it, like the actual code, the actual syntax, functions, variables, you name them. But as time goes by, as you get a hang of those things, as you start to understand those things, you will be like, then if I understand this much about coding, why can't I build at least not even a big app like Facebook, WhatsApp, or YouTube, but just a decent application for you to use, even for yourself, or at least for your family to use. You will start to feel like something is wrong. You are not winning. You will start to feel like you are missing something, like Neo in the Matrix. You feel like there's something wrong with the world. You feel like you are not necessarily you are empty, but you need something. And in my case, this 10 masterpieces of web application was that thing for me, or is that thing. So let's just jump straight into these 10 masterpieces. These things, these 10 things are just some layers of application. Obviously, when we talk about web application, it has got 3 layers: the front end, the business logic, and the database. In this case, or in this context, when I'm talking about layers, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the MVC, but I'm talking about some layers, whether visible, noticeable, or they are not noticeable. But once you master these things, you will start to be confident in your own coding skill, or in your own understanding of software development, and also you will start to be at least familiar with industry terms, and you will be confident in yourself as to you can go and work for a company as a PHP developer. So without wasting time, these are the things that you must, or these are the things that are involved in the web application, whether it's Facebook, a bank application, or whatever. But these are the things that are there. So knowing them will add some sort of value in your overall understanding. In order to design a scalable and a well-structured application, you must know something about the MVC, which is MVC. It's an architectural design pattern in programming. It helps you with structuring your whole application. It just deals with the separation of concern. It suggests that you must have models, function, and classes that deals with connecting to the database only. You must have views. It's more like the presentation or objects that are responsible for displaying something on the screen. In terms of the web technology or the web industry, those are it's your HTML. And then you must have the controllers, which is PHP scripts and functions and classes that deals with processing the information or the input that is coming from the views. This is a well-known architecture. It works for big companies, and for small guys or self-taught guys like us, it makes your life easier, and also it changes how you think about software development, and also how to write a better and a clean code. Okay. Obviously, the MVC, M is for database, and concerned with the database, and the view about what you see, and the controllers about the business logic and processing that information. Then going forward, we've got a database layer. When I'm talking about the database layer, I'm not talking about it in terms of the MVC. Remember, MVC doesn't tell you what to put in a model. It doesn't tell you. You can connect to an SQL database or you can connect to a different database. It doesn't matter. When we talk of the view, in case of the web development, the view might be the HTML, but in terms of mobile development, the view might not be HTML. Maybe let's say it might be XML or whatever. So whatever the case may be, the MVC doesn't dictate on what you must put there, but it gives you a structure. So when I'm talking about the database layer on number 2, I'm not necessarily referring to the database layer as a model, but I'm referring to it as the content inside the model. So meaning that now that you know that there must be a model, a class that deals with connecting to the database, this point number 2 is the actual database itself. So as you are learning programming, number 1, make sure that you understand the MVC. Number 2, make sure that you are familiar with connecting to the database and also creating a database, like on the back end, like creating tables, and also the OOAD might help object-oriented analysis and design to be able to look at the problem, or if you don't have some sort of a problem at hand, you can look at Facebook or WhatsApp or Instagram and try to create like some tables from what you see. It's more like you are reverse engineering. That will help you to understand the database. So as you are learning, me and you, we are both learning or we are trying to become better developers. It's very important to understand the database layer, the content of it. How do you connect in terms of PHP, PDO, and what is the advantage of using PDO and all those things. You need to be familiar with those things so that you can build at least a product, because the more you learn the syntax, the more you are going to become a coder, and you are going to ask yourself, why can't I develop a system, an application, a product, something that maybe in the future I might sell it or become the next billionaire like other guys are doing. Leave home and stay in United States or wherever, or in Silicon Valley, and become one of the tech giants. You never know, anything is possible. Sorry. So let's go to number 3. Number 3 talks about the presentation. The presentation is associated with the views. However, even in the presentation, I'm not talking about views as an architecture, but I'm talking about the content, what goes inside the views. That will mean that you must know a thing or two about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and also not in terms of, if I can be honest, not in terms of the code, but in terms of how these things interact together. How can you write a clean code? How can you write, for instance, how can you write functions in JavaScript that will help you to make it easier for you to manipulate the DOM? How can you write object-oriented JavaScript? How does CSS and JavaScript connect, and also the HTML? So that's what I mean. Like here, I'm like some sort of pushing you to think strategically. For instance, let's talk about object-oriented programming. As I'm getting into understand object-oriented programming, I'm starting to see that when I'm jumping to a new language, it's just a matter of understanding how this language instantiate classes, what is its syntax for creating like classes, declaring classes, how the inheritance work, how can I apply polymorphism. As soon as I get that, then to me it always seems like I'm like 80% there in that language. So that is because it's thinking on a higher level, thinking strategically, meaning that thinking about coding but on a higher level, getting to be concerned about things that matters in a level that is higher than coding. So when I'm talking about presentation, I'm not talking about the actual coding, but how these pieces fit together. Then also please bear with me, the terminology here might not be that proper. For instance, I'm going to talk about helpers. Maybe you are used to helper classes in an MVC framework as something different or whatever. Please, these terms are just I came up with these terms just for the sake of explaining. Let me just make sure that we are recording. Okay, so helpers, in the entire application, you've got, for instance, your MVC that helps you with structuring your program. And then obviously you've got these two, the database layer and the presentation. Helpers are some sort of functions that are there to help the application with the resources that it needs. For instance, let's say a function that will validate the input, and you'll find out that in the architecture that you have, it doesn't really have a place where it fits. Like, it doesn't fit under a certain class, so you can just put it in a file, in a PHP file, and it's going to be a helper. So that's what I mean when I'm saying a helper. Or it can be constants. For instance, directories. A root directory won't change. Like, it's something that will be declared once and it won't change through the entire application. So you can put that variable or declare that variable under a file called helpers, where you have everything. It's more like some sort, not necessarily the configuration of the application, but it's like those things that as soon as you take them and shove them under certain functions where they don't belong, they will start to stress you or make your life miserable, because tomorrow you will want to make some updates and you'll be like, where is this function that validates the input? Because you've taken it and you've shoved it under the invoice class, of which in your mind you know that the invoice class is concerned about invoices, it's not concerned about validating input. So it will complicate your life, and also it won't make your code cleaner. So helpers are just, it's just everything that you might need, that your system might need to some sort of take in order for it to function properly. And then we've got actions. Also actions, they are more like helpers, but helpers are more like, let's say, variables in a way, like things that you are just going to store, raw data that can be consumed by your application. But when I'm talking about action, I'm talking about some sort of tasks to be performed. And also these tasks to be performed, remember, they don't fit somewhere here. Also, the other skill that you must learn is to, as I'm saying, that these are masterpieces. It's not only important to know the syntax and to build a program or an application, but to understand all those pieces and how they fit in. For instance, you might have a beautiful house, a well-structured house, and some other people don't have, and you are the only one who have it, maybe in your area and whatever. That's not a problem. That's wonderful. God bless you. But now, if you have a tendency of being like disorganized, then you are not going to live a fulfilling life, because your wife will come and ask you, where is the car? And you said, okay, the car is somewhere, you don't know where it is. And also when you find the car, she will ask you, where is the car key? I have to go to work, and you don't know where the car keys are, and then it becomes a problem. So do you see that even if you can have everything set working together, but you need to know your assets and where they stay, because by misplacing whatever, even in real life and in code, then that might render your code useless. So when I'm talking about actions, I'm talking about tasks that are more like structurally attached or inclined than the problem domain. What do I mean by that? Let's say I'm asked to develop WhatsApp. Validating an input doesn't necessarily relate to the actual WhatsApp thing, because WhatsApp, the main thing about WhatsApp, it's chatting, like it's sending messages. That's the core, that's the domain problem. So validating inputs and routing and what can I say, security or some other functions, they don't really relate to the problem domain. And if you are not clear about that, you might find out that before you start an application, you will spend 90% of your time dealing with framework related things than solving the actual problem. Say that I'm supposed to create my own YouTube or a watered down version or a competitor of Spotify. First of all, I need to have a server, I need to have a database, I need to have the MVC framework, things need to work and whatever. So you can see that there is some sort of an admin that you have to do. So if you don't have clarity of these pieces and where they fit in, whenever you are executing a code or a project for a client that has got a deadline, you might miss the deadline because it's time consuming to build an application structure. And also, as Uncle Bob once said, that the majority or the major part of software development, it's managing dependencies. Obviously, even if here we are not really managing dependencies, but the idea of being organized and know what fits where comes as a bonus. So you must have a file, maybe a file called action, that have got all the pieces of code that quickly helps you to execute something. More especially, it's not related to the problem domain, and also it's not architectural. It doesn't fall part of the MVC. It's not in the database, it's not in the views, but it's more of a structural function that perform a certain task. Things like, for instance, the perfect example might be sessions, managing session. If I'm creating an application, WhatsApp is an application, managing session has got nothing to do with the actual code, the domain problem, which is to chat, send a message to one person to another, and connecting people or whatever. You'll find out that making a session, you can just put that function under actions, then you will call it whenever you want to. And then in journey, I'm on number 6. You must know a thing or two about security. You must know about security. Security, it's not a function. Security is not sanitizing input. Security is not validating input or preventing hackers from accessing your database, but it's just a certain way of thinking and planning. So if you are aware that your site has to be secured, it will affect how you structure your own views and how you structure your own views, and how you structure your controllers and how you structure your model. So I cannot pinpoint and say that security is creating this function or declaring this variable, but it's more like it's something that you must study and search on the internet and find out what is like web security. How do people hack the websites? And then from then you'll get that knowledge and try to prevent that. And remember, preventing it is not like writing certain functions. It's not that easy, but it's a frame of thinking. It's a certain mindset whereby your code has been written in such a way that it's it's bulletproof. By structuring it, by cleaning it, by refactoring, you make sure that it's bulletproof. Okay. And then number 7, it's access, but it's just one word there. It's access control. The idea of, for instance, when you are busy writing code for logging in and logging out, obviously that's not a problem domain. Why am I saying that's not a problem domain? Because every web application, you have to log in and log out. It's access control. It's something that is already there. So knowing what it is and how to approach it and how to go about it, it's very important. So maybe, for instance, if we have given a project, you can start with the things that are in the problem domain and be concerned about those things, because in terms of the structure and other things, you know very well where does this piece of the 10 masterpieces fits in and what it does. So when I'm talking about access, I'm talking about the access control. Any application, you must restrict people. You can't expose the information to anyone. You must have a certain way of controlling who accesses the system and accessing which files and which information, and that is. And then the other important thing that you must know is routing. If the MVC pattern doesn't really dictate on how you apply it, but it just it's more of a structural technique. Routing, it's like, how do you move from this layer to this layer, from this layer to this layer? I can say it's an information flow. That's routing, for instance. And whenever you hit the website www.codeddesign.co.za, that's a request and it's a get request. So when the index page or the index PHP, which is the entry point of your script, receives that, it will see that there are no what can I say there are no, for now let me just say, there are no argument passed, or there's no query string. Yes, there's no query string. So this request necessarily needs to go to a login page. It doesn't really ask for anything. It's the first time. Then that is routing. So the router or the router class needs to decide what to do with a certain type of request. It's like it's matching the incoming request to the resources of the application. If maybe the request is this and it's there's no query string, then you must be channeled to home page, or you must be channeled to login. If maybe the session is already started and you are already logged in, then you must be channeled to this direction. So that's what routing does. And then we are going to get into design patterns. Design patterns are just certain tools for thinking. It's like what's this thing? It's like professional developers or experienced developers worked on object-oriented programming for some time until they notice some common problems in the application development industry, and then they identify those problems and they came up with solution as design patterns. So this is something that you must learn about, and you must also apply it in your in your application or in your coding or in your development. Obviously you cannot just apply all the design pattern at once. You must learn them one by one and see how you integrate them, because if you do so, then it will mean that if you can be hired by a certain company, obviously they must be aware of these design patterns, so the communication might be easy and you are going to easily understand things. For instance, when maybe as a team you are discussing, okay, what would be the approach, then maybe the other developer might come and say, let's use a state pattern. So if you are aware of the design pattern, you will have a picture of what's going on, even though the implementation involves a lot of things that needs to be done. But in terms of communicating, you'll understand that what they are trying to say, and you can go ahead and create the state machine for them because you know the design pattern. And lastly, also that doesn't mean that it's the, like what's then say, the least important. Is the solid principles. Even the solid principle is not like creating a function and say that this function is called solid principle, but it's a certain frame of thinking. It's a certain approach of doing things to make sure that your class is solid. S stands for single responsibility in this solid, and O is for open close principle, and L is for Liskov substitution, and I is for inversion of control, and D it's for okay, so let me just check. L is for Liskov substitution, and I it's for inversion of control, but D is for dependency inversion. Oh, I is for interface segregation. I is for interface segregation. So you must know these things, the solid principle, and also you must apply them, because they will help you to write a clean code, to write a quality code. The software development industry, if I can be honest with you, doesn't really need coders. It really doesn't need coders, but it needs problem solvers. It needs outside the box thinkers. It needs people who can identify a problem and find means of solving it. That's why in any job, even without in software development industry, the people who are highly paid are those people who think strategically, who think like on a higher level of thinking, like who set directions, like the CEOs. Like they have to look at the overall company, look at the departments, and they have to some sort of lead the entire company in terms of what needs to be done and how it's going to be done, and also delegating. So once you get into a work environment in programming, you will find out that it's more like project management for the most part, because it's a lot of people, it's a lot of things that needs to be done, and some of the people, they are not even in the building, they are not in the office, maybe they are working from a different part of the world. For instance, it's possible that a company might outsource all the user interface design to another company or a certain freelancer sitting somewhere or whatever. So the other guys will just receive those files and they will work on them. It's also possible even on the actual application, you'll find out some other classes are designed are being programmed in India and some in South Africa and some, as long as there is that mastermind person, the person that thinks strategically to make sure that he facilitates the communication and the interaction and how all of these pieces fits in together. Otherwise, I'm Matthew Msengati, the designer and developer. These were the 10 masterpieces of web application. So these might help you to position you for employment, because once you familiarize with yourself with these terms, number one, you can be able to present yourself as a developer, even if you are self-taught, yes, but you can be able, using these 10 masterpieces, to say that this is what I know in terms of the web application and development. This is what I know and this is how I do it. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Msengati, thank you so much for clicking this video. See you on the next one.